Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lansing City Arena here in Lansing, Michigan for the FCS National Showcase. We've reached the semifinals. I'm Jared Klepp along with Gerard Iscani. How pumped are you for these two matches tonight?
Excited. Two fantastic matchups. When you think about Lansing City and Ole, every single time they have played over the last year, it has been an exciting matchup, so I expect nothing less tonight.
And in the second match, it's going to be Shoreline City taking on Chicago House. Before we get to this match, a short snippet of what's to come.
Yeah, so Chicago House is a young, up-and-coming team. Shoreline City is a brand new team to FCS, just like Chicago House, but Shoreline City is bringing a lot of veterans with them. And so it will be the clash of the young Bucks and the Titans and the veterans.
And this is going to be the first time we see either of them in FCS play in a full-length game. So just as a reminder, up to this point for the National Showcase, it has been shortened games to 22-minute running clock halves. There's a lot of twos in there.
There's a lot
of twos in there. And one timeout each side, each half. And, of course, that shortens the game down tremendously. So that's what it's been up to this point through the group stage. And now, knockout round, we've hit the semifinal. Full-length game. It's normal. Everything is standard about FCS play. And the first one we get treated to, right behind us, Lansing City versus Ole Futsal Club.
And so the biggest factor of the difference from the shortened, condensed game with the running clock to the stopped clock regulation game is the endurance and stamina, and it's really what sets Ole apart from every other club in the league is their depth, and it will be on full display tonight because Lansing City is actually missing three of their central figures of their three of the most important players, and it's frustrating to see them in the playoffs and the semifinals without it, but they're going to be missing Drew Barney, Jack Fisher, Luciano Cernuda, and now how do they compensate will be a big question, especially with the regulation time, because that's going to be a big factor.
And that's who they're going to be missing, but who they have tonight, two key players that we want to point out. First, you can't talk about Lansing City without talking about him. It's Jeremy Kleppel, and he makes his presence known every time he plays in a futsal game.
He absolutely does, but one of the things he's been trying to do is to give other players the opportunity to step up and to spend some more time off the ball, allowing creativity to flow. But without having those other players here, Jeremy's going to have to step up more tonight, and there will be more on his shoulders to be able to deliver, not only creating goals for other people, but delivering and finishing some of the shots, because every game we typically see 20-plus shots from him, and so I would expect nothing less from him tonight.
Now, another player that we see just kind of coming in from the sidelines, another key player for Lansing City. He is an addition this summer. He is a former U.S. national futsal team player. Taking a drink of water over there. It's Diego Bobadilla.
Yeah, Diego Bobadilla. So I had a chance to connect with him in between games, and he actually spent some time where he met Jeremy was in ABK with Fabian Rodriguez, which was the prior club before Ole Futsal Club. And so when you think about his history and legacy and that time that he spent developing chemistry with Jeremy Kleppel, it's really exciting to have two U.S. national team players on the court together at the same time. And again, more will be asked of them tonight as they go up against Ole.
And on that Ole side, they have their fair share of threats, offensive and defensive. We saw great performances from their keepers, Andres Montes, Frankie Mendoza. We'll see if they split this game like they did last time. But one player that caught my eye, he had a really key goal in one of their two matchups. He's right here on the sideline, number 7. He may be small in stature, but his game is big. It's Cesar Martinez.
Yeah, Cesar Martinez is notorious for coming away with clutch goals. He is someone that consistently all last season in the FCS was just very dependable to score goals for Ole. And one of the things with the absence of Sammy Escovel, who's another goal scorer for them, Cesar Martinez has had to step up and compensate with even a more of a lion's share of the goals.
Yeah, so he had played an important role in their earlier games, and it kind of seems like you could probably pick out many of these players and say they played key roles. That's part of that consistency that we see from them across the board. But there's another player for Ole that it's really hard to – you would have to be not watching the game to miss the impact that he has had. And he's right here in the corner, number 9, Jair Real. I mean, he's got the glue shoe.
Yeah, Jair, he led the team in goals. He tied Sammy Escovel for the lead in goals for Ole last season in FCS, and he has not cooled off. He just is someone that no matter where he's at on the court, he is a threat to score, and he's also a threat to create space. His technical skills is potentially the best in the entire league, and he puts that on display every single time he's on the court.
And I believe, was it his goal that put Ole in the lead in the most recent game against Chicago House?
Yeah, and both of those matches against Chicago House and against Midwest United, he played a key role with the goal to go ahead.
He scored the go-ahead goal in both. Wow. So we see Lansing City already head into the locker room. Ole Futsal out here continuing their warm-up. One figure that we haven't talked about a lot today, but plays a very key role in Ole, is Coach Fabian Rodriguez. He's over there on the other side. You see him on the bench there. What do you think his message to his team is coming into the semifinal, going 2-0 in group play?
It's just composure and consistency. Like, that's the biggest thing for them. I had a chance to talk to some of the players and get a read and a feel for kind of what their experience was in the group play. And they're not used to playing with the running clock, so they really had to get adjusted to that. And one of the things that Fabian Rodriguez wanted them to do was to not be so patient and be dictated by the clock, and really just play their game. And so one of the things that I anticipate seeing is a more relaxed style, as opposed to really the chaotic flow that we had in both of those games against Midwest United and Chicago House, which was a stark contrast to the exhibition match that we saw against Lansing City.
And that is the setup for this game. Now, before we take a quick break, the story of this game, the story of these two teams. We talked about what it means in this one. It's a semifinal for the National Showcase. But between these two teams specifically, we've mentioned it before, it just seems like it's close every single time they play. The most 3 recent meetings have all gone Ole's way, but it's been by 1 goal, 2 goals, 1 goal.
Yeah.
That's it for the most 3 recent meetings.
Between 3 games, 4 goals total.
4 goals, that separates them. And what's your expectation on what you see, a quick expectation to what's to come?
Yeah, honestly, it's really tough. This is the first time that we're ever seeing Lansing City without Drew Barney, Jack Fisher, and Luciano Cernuto. We've seen at times them without 1 or 2 of them, but never without all 3. Luckily, they have Trezor Crispain that's back from injury, so that'll be a big asset. But who steps into that line? I don't even know at this point when you think about covering that, because we have a lot of young players like Max Keeney. We have Coulter Reese. And so you think who steps up, and that really is going to be the difference maker, because you know what you're going to get from Jeremy Kleppel. You know what you're going to get from Diego Bobadilla. You know what you're going to get from Trezor Crispain. But who steps up for Lansing City? And in a lot of ways, that will be the difference in this game of whether or not Ole's going to be able to walk away with a win, or whether or not Lansing City can come away victorious.
And we really know what to expect from Ole. They've kind of played that standard every time we watch them play. And I think one of the key players is going to be Trezor Crispain for Lansing City, because he's kind of one of those players that he's had good days, he's had not so good days, and I think his effort and his hunger on the court tonight is going to be a key factor for them. And that's all we got time for in this pregame. The kickoff and starting lineups are coming up in just a moment. We'll send you to our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are off and away for semifinal 1. Lansing City versus Ole Futsal Club here at the Lansing City Arena in the FCS National Showcase. These two teams are familiar with each other. Actually had a game very recent that these two teams played, an exhibition in Grand Rapids. That one was a 1-goal thriller victory by Ole. And actually, they came back in that one.
They did, and it was really in the last 50 seconds that Ole went ahead. And so it was a very tight game. In a lot of ways, it looked like it was going to play out as a draw. We were even starting to question on the broadcast with this exhibition match, would we see extra time? But Ole came out victorious with the late goal.
Yeah, and that was how both their group games have gone. They've been very close. For Ole, both 1-goal victories, and here they are in the semifinals as the 2 seed, facing off against Lansing City on their home court. Jeremy Kleppel not in the starting lineup, but he's already up. Looks like he's going to be subbing very early. Instead, it's Bobadilla, Keeney, Saltzman, and Crispane with Josh Pierce in goal, a man familiar with both sides. First foul of the game whistled against Jair Real.
And this is one of the first times that we've seen Bobadilla in action against Ole Futsal Club.
That's correct. He was not at the exhibition just under 2 weeks ago. Dangerous opportunity for Alayo. And Pierce can't hold on to it. It's an early goal for Ole. Less than a minute and a half in. They are on top by 1.
It looks like there's some confusion there with the pass from Bobadilla, potentially to either Crispane or just too far for Saltzman, and Alayo is able to intercept it and just convert. Another opportunity that was capitalized on for a Lansing City opponent.
So after the giveaway, Kleppel takes a cross, and it comes right over to our booth.
I think he's a little frustrated with us, trying to hit us.
So now Martinez with it. One thing I noticed when we came back into the building for the semifinal match is the temperature in this building has risen over the course of the day. Not only the sun and the heat outside, but all the matches that have been played in here. Seems like the air conditioning can't quite keep up. So,
both literally and metaphorically, the heat is rising in this building.
And Crispane nearly getting the goal back.
And, another note, this is not only Bobadilla's first time playing against Ole that we've seen, but also Josh Pierce. This is his first action against Ole.
He was actually made a couple of critical saves at the tail end of the last time when these two teams met, when he was on the Ole side in the final match of the season.
Including a PK.
Including a PK save, a 10-meter PK saved that Kleppel took.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if you've been following the action, not only this summer, but also earlier in the showcase, this semifinals and the finals will be full-length games. So we have 20 minutes on the clock, and it's a stop clock. All FIFA regulation rules for these final games, and that's something that I've been really excited for, Gerard, is to see these teams not in a shortened format, but in a true full-length futsal game.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is almost double the amount of game time that the players will see. And one of the things, we've talked about this a lot, not only today, but over the course of the season, about the depth and the stamina and endurance required to withstand the full 40 minutes of a futsal match. And with a condensed game and the running clock, you don't typically see the need to have that endurance or stamina, but you will see it here tonight.
You know that Ole often brings many players of quality, and their level seldom drops in the midst of their substitutions. Lansing City with high pressure. Long one, gets by Bobadilla, 1v keeper. Pierce can't handle the second player, Jair Real, open net, goal number 2.
Yeah, this is the patented extra pass that Olay does every single time. And Pablo Real, what a great understanding of where his brother Jair Real was, to know that the easiest way to get a goal in that opportunity was to not take the early shot, but to make the extra pass and set Jair up for the easy goal.
So 2 already for Olay, not even 4 minutes into this game. On the court for the first time for Lansing City today, we see number 5, Charlie Nunez.
I think not only today, but I think this is the first time I've ever seen him in action.
Yeah, we did not see him in the Lansing tour. We did not see him in FCS play last year, or in the most recent season. So we're seeing him get the court for the first time. Charlie Nunez from the Lansing City Academy, a young player. I don't know exactly his age. You happen to know?
I don't, but I think he's about 16.
Seems to fit the bill in the range of maybe a little bit younger than Jack and Drew. He was on the far post there looking for the ball from Timblow. Esquivel, quick one out to Alayo, and Pierce has to make the sliding save coming all the way out of his arc.
Yeah, great recognition from Josh Pierce to understand when to come out and to make that aggressive tackle.
Olay with possession in the back. And they get another one. Aaron Gomez. Olay laying it on, and he punts it up in the air in celebration. And in these first 5 minutes, it's very different than in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, this is vastly different right now. Aaron Gomez, it's tough. You ever give him a 1v keeper situation, he's going to put it in the back of the net. He is so solid technically. Not surprising at all to see him put in the back of the net in that situation. In a lot of ways, you expect it.
So 3-0 hold now for Lansing City. Not even 5 minutes into the game. We expected there to be some challenge for them, missing 3 of their younger players that have played a key role in their season all year. And we've already seen, I think, some effects of that already here in this match. Real down the sideline, little missed touch. Saltzman looking for Chris Spain. Not on the same page. Olay go quick. Lansing City has to lock in defensively. Esquivel with Nunez on him, and Pierce makes the slide out for an Olay kick. Nunez into the middle. There was space there. And Chris Spain was higher up the floor. Now Olay in the back. Martinez, the long one, headed away by Chris Spain. Corner kick for Olay coming up. Ball inside, picked up by Bobadilla. Now Kleppel with Bobadilla. Hangs on to it for a little too long. Kleppel wants a foul for Bobadilla, not going to get it.
At first look, I did think that there was a foul, but just after watching Bobadilla's reaction, I would tend to agree with the officials as he voiced no frustration or concern about not getting a call there.
Well, I think maybe that's one of the problems with how Olay reacts to fouls. You know, if that's what the referee is judging by as the reaction, we're going to have lots of trouble as Johan Vasquez goes down there, holding his face, hope he's okay. Didn't quite see it. Pierce with the save.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's just a little frustration given back from Bobadilla from the contact earlier. He looked like it.
Oh, wow. He might have got his elbow up in there.
He might have. Yeah, and it's not that referees or officials ever make those calls based on the body language of the players, but sometimes it can help you get a good understanding of even what the players are thinking in the moment of whether or not they thought it was a foul. And from that Vasquez fall and the bench's reaction, they all on Ole's side thought it was a foul. But like you said earlier,
when do they not?
When do they not?
When do they not? That's a good question. And another thing to point out, up here in the pivot spot for Ole, he's probably going to get the ball soon. It's a player we're very familiar with. I'm going to wait to say his name until he gets on the ball.
Well,
so we'll save that for later.
He was the assist leader last year.
He was the assist leader, and he did not play for Ole. Those are 2 clues. We talked about him several times today, so if you've been on the broadcast, you probably know who we're talking about.
And in so many ways, this is not just his first time coming to Ole. He actually played with Ole prior to playing with Midwest United. So this is his return.
Return to Ole, and he clears it right there. Number 10, he goes off on the bench. Daniel De Leon.
Yeah, and Fabian Rodriguez has to just be thrilled to have a player like Daniel De Leon. Just another creative element, another asset. Just it's really the rich get richer for Ole Futsal Club to be able to have a player like Daniel De Leon come in and either be on the first, second, or third line. Just absolute creative ability that literally is unparalleled in the FCS, and he put that on display all last season, being the league leader in assists.
Currently working offensive possession, Alayo, J.R. Real, Gomez, and Lito Esquivel. Pass from Alayo in the direction of Esquivel, doesn't make it there. Lansing take over. Chris Spain trying to shield off Gomez. Gomez goes down. Space for Trezor. Toe poke. Wide.
It looks like Montez got that too. He's climbing the save.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, it certainly looked like, you're talking about reactions. It certainly looked like he reacted like he got the save.
It looked like he was excited.
Away with possession again.
Well, maybe not a save in the stat books, but a
Chris
save in my
beat
heart.
down the line. And Alayo shot at the near post, met by Pierce. Up to J.R. Real, just across half now. Max Keeney faces him up. Down the line.
Oh, and Jair's looking for that back post run. Lito's apologizing because he did not make the back post run.
And that's pretty rare. You all pretty much always see Ole making that run, having
always.
someone kind of they have someone in the back post. Sometimes they have someone coming near the middle and the near post, which they did in that case. Oh, long one to Chris Payne. Can he do something here? Follow up from Saltzman. Wow, I saw that ball coming over to a little bit close to us, and I was about to go get it. I was like, I'm ready to go.
A really great coverage right there from Lito Esquivel to support Andres Montez coming out. If Lito's not there, that's a free goal for Lansing City.
Pierce called upon again to protect his arc. I think that's a role that he will likely be stepping into for most of the night tonight, especially with some of the players that Lansing City are missing. And we talk about missing players. One player we really haven't mentioned, but he's been missing ever since the exhibition, Chris Mendez.
Yeah, Chris Mendez. Oh, as
Whoa,
Cesar
Alayo.
What an incredible goal. How did he even get to the ball? It's like a sliding effort. Is that Jairel with the assist? Great pass.
Crispane.
Wow.
Trezor Crispane snoozing in the middle.
Yeah,
that is not
Alayo
something you
just
can
beat
do.
him to the spot. Crispane was not able to lock him out. Cesar Alayo now with 2 goals on the evening. And Jair Real with the assist.
So now Ole with a commanding 4-goal lead, 10-17 left to play. Attack from Martinez well wide. Pierce to restart. Montez goes short to Cesar Martinez. Johan Vasquez also working with him in the back. High pressure from Lansing City. They're in a man-to-man. Here's Danny De Leon. Martinez calling for, he's got it. Some miscommunication and frustration from the Lansing players. Martinez 1v1 with Saltzman. Saltzman steps up and clears that one away.
You know, the way we've seen Olay start this half, it really makes you wonder what type of motivational speech did Fabian Rodriguez give to his team after both of those last two matches? Because like we said, they were not the traditional Olay experience that we saw. They did not control either of those games the way that we typically see them do. And in so many ways, this is exactly what we've come to expect from Olay, just complete domination. And that was actually the video. When going to last season in the final, we had a video about domination, and that's what they wanted to do. That's what they espoused to do every single match, and they're really making that mark today.
Martinez with the pick from Pablo Real. Ball squeaks near the goal. I don't know if you could see it on camera, but when Pablo Real kind of came up to take the pick, he really used his arms in that as well. It's kind of some of the hidden aggressive nature that we've seen become accustomed to with Olay. We talked about that in one of the last games.
In so many ways, that's the game within the game that really it's forcing the officials to make those calls and to be able to see that. And if the officials can't see that and do not make those calls, then they go unpunished.
Oh, that one's going to be at least a yellow. Bobadilla gets yellow. He knows it. He made sure he got him on the ground. You could see him start to pull him down before he slid.
Yeah, and he made sure of that, and that was absolutely a tactical foul and well warranted, a yellow. Cesar Martinez right now is having a discussion, so is Lito Escovel, about whether or not that should have been a red card. And the officials are giving their reasoning as to why it should not have been.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's would be a red if it's a denying of a clear goal scoring opportunity.
So
I know you've
dove
into the
rule
books,
and
we only have a little bit before this.
Yeah, let's
kick,
go with
so.
the free kick.
All right, free kick first. Lito Escovel with a two-man wall. Ooh, he almost hit that top corner.
And I really thought Josh Pierce got the save on that. It looked like it went off his hands. But,
yeah,
he's not acting like it.
No, I think it just hit the post. But that was good placement from Escovel.
Yeah, really good placement.
But back to the idea of the red card, it would be a denying of a clear goal scoring opportunity.
Yes, and so basically the determination, and so this is where there's been some controversy over the last few years in futsal with whether or not if the goalie is in that position between the last player, whether or not that would be a denial of a goal scoring. And actually FIFA's made the ruling that it would be. And so
if the goalkeeper's in net,
it could still be in the judgment.
Could still
in
be.
The judgment of the official. And so that would be a situation that could arguably have been a red card.
And Bobadilla walks away with only a yellow on his. Was he the one that made the mistake to give it up? I think it was his mistake. So Lansing City in the 4-0 hole, and Diego Bobadilla on a yellow. J.R. Real going down the sideline. And how many times have we seen Olay get play that way? I mean, J.R. just goes on the sideline, gets a little bit of space, hits it to the middle or hits it back post. I mean, this is on repeat all day today.
Yeah, in so many ways, it's showing really early how much Lansing City is missing all of those players.
Here they try to transition out. A double for Crispane. He goes down, no call. Now J.R. Real takes it the other way, working with Lito Escovel. Gets the touch, beats Pierce. 5 for Olay. And timeout Lansing City.
Quick timeout by Lansing City after that goal from Jair Real. That's now his second goal. And, you know, we've talked about how impressive Jair Real is on the ball and his ability to score goals really from anywhere on the court. And you have to wonder the way Olay showed up in the first two games, letting both teams play with them throughout and really not controlling throughout the game. They are not doing that here. They're making sure to control the tempo, control the flow of the game. And, you know,
I was hoping you'd finish that thought and then we'd go to this, but that's okay. Maybe next time. Shout out to our sponsor, Ally Marketing. If you're looking for a friend in the marketing space, check out allymarketing.us, ALLY marketing.us. Ally Marketing, the official marketing partner of the FCS. Let's be friends. That's what my signal was. It was like, hey, this is we're going to say this.
I was trying to think of how Olay is making this a friendly experience.
You can't always, it doesn't always happen that way.
It doesn't always happen because right now Olay's not making friends. Right now they're not about making friends. They're about winning this game and doing everything it takes to score as many goals as possible.
And right there in the huddle of Lansing City, they are hearing from Coach Malashari, a lot of words from Jeremy Kleppel as well, and what they can do to turn around the direction of this game. And if you had to guess, what's the theme of that conversation?
The theme of the conversation is just to communicate, take care of your own responsibilities, and maintain defensive structure. They keep getting lost out, especially when there's turnovers, and they're not supporting one another defensively.
We'll see if they can do something here on the timeout. Little pick from Saltzman, creating space for Kleppel. His shot goes wide. And Montez starts it up again. De Leon in the back. Johan Vasquez in the back. Mose Crawford and Pablo Real up. Saltzman takes a tumble right in front of us. I think he just got his feet tangled together. And out of the timeout, it is Saltzman, Kleppel, Bobadilla, and Crispane. Crispane to receive it here. Bad settling touch. And those are some of the moments where, you know, when you start to escalate the level of futsal, the small details make a huge difference. And in that moment, for Crispane to hit the ball way up in the air, it seems like, oh, he's still got possession. But that makes a huge difference, that, you know, second, and maybe even if it's only like a half second. We've seen that make a big difference. Those margins become very, very razor thin when the level of play escalates.
Yeah, and it's one thing, we can't say this enough about the quality that Olay Futsal Club brings to the court every single time they are out to play. Still, arguably the best team in the country. We've seen them win 14 straight matches in FCS.
Pablo Real about to put this one back in. He's still having words with the official. Pretty much since that dead ball, was unhappy with a no whistle. One foul apiece with under 7 to go in the first half. De Leon tried to play it back in the direction of Crawford. Does eventually get to him, but Olay have to reset. Trying to tell what's going on with De Leon's jersey. It looks like he has a, wow, Saltzman came in.
Yeah, I would imagine it's an older jersey that's just disfigured in some way.
It almost looks like it maybe was ripped or something, and they had to like tape it.
Yeah.
Kind of like we saw Cernuda last night have a ripped jersey just like that.
Yeah, and one of the things I learned later, it was not his jersey being ripped from some type of physical play. It was actually
oh, it was out of frustration.
It was out of frustration after missing a shot.
Wow, we thought it was because, I mean, there's a fair amount of jersey porn in that game. That's hilarious. The truth comes out. Exposed, comes to light.
The video never lies.
Oh, you saw it on video too? That's hilarious. Just over 5 to go. Olay with the 5-goal advantage. By no means trying to take it easy, but a level of comfortability in their play with that cushion. Pablo Real, toe poke, quick. As we have both benches making substitutions. It was like synchronized. Both teams were like, oh, we're going to use this time just to sub a few players. Timblow, he missed Nunez
it's
there.
One of those really unseen skills of futsal is understanding when to sub and understanding the key moments and the right timing. So it's really not surprising that they both took advantage of that. As one team saw the substitutions were being made, then now you know you can capitalize on that time as well to make your own subs.
Gomez finds Lito Esquivel, and right back to Gomez. Little chip to him, breaking the line. Deflected back to J.R. Real. Got it on his right foot, finding Gomez. Really no Lansing City defender in that area.
No, Jeremy Kleppel was guarding Gomez, and he came up to prevent the shot from J.R. Real. So it was a tactical decision to leave
help
Gomez
there.
behind.
Yeah. And Pierce was able to defend that one well enough. Olay threatened again here. Bobadilla nearly had possession, and J.R. Real thinks he got fouled, not going to receive a whistle. A little bit more of a chance to breathe when the ball goes out of bounds in these full-length games.
Yeah, it is one of the things that it is nice for the players, and it really changes the flow of the game completely when that clock stopped, and it's really actually one of the important tactics to use to actually leverage that to your advantage, especially in a situation where you don't have momentum and you're trying to recapture it. You know, this is eerily familiar to the first game that we called together with Midwest United here in the same arena with Lansing City. Lansing City went down 6-0 in the first half.
That's right.
Before storming back.
10-12 was the final score?
Yeah,
wow.
and
that's right.
It was just an incredible display. In a lot of ways, it was the highlight of the season for me. Just
22 goals in a game.
Yeah, just the resilience. And Trezor Crispain was actually the catalyst for that comeback.
And he scored the first two for Lansing, I think.
Yeah, and it was incredible fashion. And really, it was some of the first times that we saw how skillful he is in front of goal, playing with his back to goal and spinning with the ball, maintaining possession, creating opportunities for himself and others.
Olay defense upping intensity. Hearing press from goalkeeper and Esquivel in the back. Not anymore, but I think for a moment they had kind of gone into somewhat of a zone. I think they were trying to cut off part of the court and kind of squeeze Lansing City.
Yeah, it is absolutely one of the things that Olay likes to do. They like to change their defensive pressure to get the opposing team to do what they want them to do and to force the ball to players that they want the ball to be at.
Oh, Charlie Nunez nearly called him by his brother's name there.
Yeah, excellent attempt by Charlie, and that's exactly what Olay wanted to do, is they wanted to restrict Kleppel getting the ball in that situation and force it to Charlie. They are deeming at this moment that Charlie would be the least impactful player with the ball, and just from an experience standpoint, that would be accurate.
Here's Lito Esquivel. Martinez keeps it in. 1v1 on the sideline, gets by. Charlie Nunez, Pierce there to clean it up.
You know, and this is one of the things that Olay did a really excellent job of last season. We talk about the Kleppel effect, and Olay in the final game of the season, they really made it a point to limit Kleppel's time on the ball so that he could not have the impact on the game that we typically saw from him. He's someone that typically has 20-plus shots every game, leading the team in goals and assists, and in so many ways they limited his ability. And in a game like this, when you're missing some of that creative element from Jack Fisher and Drew Barney, and you're listening to the goal-scoring ability of Luciano Cernuda, Kleppel needs to make a bigger impact, and if Olay restricts that ability for him on the ball, it's going to be even harder for Lansing City.
1v keeper, Pierce out by his arc. That one hits his chest. The fearless play of a goalkeeper. We see it all the time in the game of futsal. Double for Olay. It turns into points. 6 on the board.
And it's not Jair Real. There's another Real, though, on the ball, number 99. Pablo Real coming away with the goal just in the right place at the right time to clean it up.
So 6 on the board now for the Grand Rapids Red, who are wearing black now, and that one got by Timblow. Had he got a touch on it, he would have had only Montez to beat. .124 left. Montez with the distribution. Pierce clears it up.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of shots on goal for Lansing City, but Montez has a shutout going, clean sheet. He only has 2 saves at the moment, but one of the things that he's been able to do a really good job of is cover the entire penalty area, come out even when he's not getting saved, just influencing the action and preventing really any opportunities on goal.
Good look from Saltzman there off the left foot. Misses the mark. 50 seconds to play now. Bobadilla slowly creeping up the pressure for Lansing City. Oh, Bobadilla in danger of another yellow with that shirt pull. And Esquivel pleading the case.
Yeah, and of course, Ole is not happy that there was not a yellow given in that situation. Fabian Rodriguez even putting his arms up in frustration.
Martinez gets space again. Gets around Timblow. He was having his way with that attack. Nine seconds left in the first half. Corner kick for Ole coming right up. Martinez with the shot collected by Pierce. 5 seconds for Lansing City. Short to Bobadilla, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. And that is it for half number 1. A whopping mountain of 6 goals for Ole at the break. One team in a very comfortable spot and one team not in a comfortable spot. Before we send you to our sponsors, your quick recap and synopsis of that first half.
You know, one of the things we said prior to the game starting was about the loss of Luciano Cernuda, Drew Barney, and Jack Fisher, and who would step up from Lansing City. And so far, no one has stepped up. And if you have no one to come in and no one to add the creative element and no one to deliver goals, there's no way to defeat Ole Futsal Club. They are just too deep. 21 shots in the first half, 6 goals. And that's an incredibly high conversion rate as well. And so you have to wonder at this point, are we going to see a goalie change for Lansing City in the second half? I can't really pinpoint a lot of those saves or goals being on Josh Pierce. It's just a lot of defensive breakdowns and a lot of 1v keeper situations, or a lot of times that the ball ends up in a really dangerous situation on a turnover. And Ole does not waste any time putting the ball in the back of the net. They are clinical with their finishing.
So that does it for the first half. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other side of it, the second half, as well as some stats and thoughts on what we might see, and a quick preview of the second semifinal, Shoreline Chicago House. It's all coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, second half kickoff has occurred here in the Lansing City Arena in this first semifinal of the Futsal Champions Series National Showcase. Lansing City facing a 6-goal deficit to Ole Futsal Club, who have been dominant in this match.
In so many ways, I can't say that I'm surprised. Ole has this capability anytime they step on the court. It is a little bit shocking to happen to Lansing City, who's always played them so competitively. Every single time we've seen Lansing City play against Ole, it's a competitive match throughout. But again, you know, it cannot be understated enough how much missing those key component central figures are. And in so many ways, that's not only their goal scorers, but really the creative elements. And that's a huge loss and something that we have to figure out if you're Lansing City and Matt Alashari going into the second half.
So what kind of adjustments might he make? And for Ole Futsal Club coming out of the break, it's a very short break, brief as we still have some more games to broadcast tonight. But, you know, are you making any adjustments if you're Fabian Rodriguez?
Oh, absolutely not.
Well, you got one here.
Yeah, no adjustments. That's actually just more status quo for them. They do make the goalie substitution as they have every other match so far today.
Frankie Mendoza with it here. He is the lone change that we see on the floor as far as starters go. Perhaps Johan Vasquez as well, although I think Lido might have came off very quickly.
Yeah, if anything, if I'm Fabian Rodriguez, I'm just communicating to the team, continue to do exactly what you're doing. In so many ways, this is the fulfillment of what they expect to be every time they step on the court, and they are executing really nearly to perfection.
Didn't talk too much about the stat sheet from half number one. Really, it's spread across as far as chances, both goals, assists, and shots for Ole. Several players with 3, 4, 5 shots, 2 with 2 goals and 2 with 1 goal. So they kind of spread it around. For Lansing City, it's a little bit. I mean, there's not a lot of chances and shots to go around. Kleppel does have 4. We've seen him have less this summer. I'm guessing that's kind of due to the addition of they had Rafael Hernandez on loan for a while.
Yeah,
he takes a lot of shots.
That was really the biggest thing. Rafael Hernandez is somebody that spends a lot of time on the ball, and that was really the biggest change we saw for Lansing City offensively that allowed Kleppel to play more off the ball. And so, you know, especially not having some of those stalwarts like Barney and Fisher that spend time on the ball as well.
Lyle free in the middle. Kleppel takes it away. Bobadilla going around and receiving. Nice play there. Saltzman, Kleppel, and Bobadilla.
Yeah, great idea. Trezor Crispin was not on the same page, though, and was not ready for that header from Bobadilla.
And really, the ball was in the air so long, it gave Ole a lot of time to get back as well. Bobadilla into the middle.
Yeah, it's one of the things. I had a chance to talk to a few Lansing City players really about what the addition of Bobadilla for this team meant. And he adds another creative element, and he has a different creative ability than Jeremy Kleppel. And so one of the things they talked about was the impact that it can have having him on the court at the same time, and even leading lines when Kleppel is taking a breather.
Free kick goes nowhere, but Lansing City get possession. Kleppel at the top, Bobadilla with a little pick. He goes down.
And Jair Real was not happy with that pick being set, and he let Bobadilla know it with his shoulder.
And truthfully, I don't even really know what the official rules are about like you can't really set like a pick like you can in basketball, right?
Well, that is
that also a discussion?
That is definitely up for debate.
Because like in basketball, it's like they teach you to, like, if you're a defender and someone picks, like you don't like back down because the pick came. You like let the pick know you're there. You know
and Kleppel steals the ball from Martinez, and a quick shot on goal, but Mendoza is there with the save. Kleppel tried to go 5-hole, but Mendoza wasn't having it. And so it's really, in those situations, screening in and of itself is illegal, but you can do it. It's really So it's just an interesting thing, because you can do it, and it's really based on the official's determination of the flow of the game and the flow of the player. And it looks like we might have a wet spot on the court that they're going to look to maybe get mopped up. And so really what you look for is displacement. So in that situation, when Jair put his shoulder into Bobadilla, even though it can be seen as a screen by Bobadilla, Jair is the one that ran through Bobadilla, so it could have actually been called a foul on Jair.
Interesting. And here's Jair Real. He goes back to Esquivel near the halfway line. Oh, Lito Esquivel getting by Bobadilla, and Pierce has to make the kick save.
And at the highest levels of futsal, the terminology you're looking for is restriction of movement. Are players' movement restricted? And whether it's a lot of contact or minimal contact, if the movement is restricted of the player with or without the ball, a foul could be called.
Cesar Martinez tried the first time, hit first time volley out of the air. He didn't have any defenders around him, just didn't quite connect. And we saw just very briefly Frankie Mendoza come up across the half line as a fifth attacker. So perhaps we'll see that more. Turnover for Lansing City, Esquivel the other way. Overlap, Mose Crawford cleared away by Saltzman. Clock. Looks like we're having an issue with the clock. Going to sort that out. Get that sorted out. Little issue with the scoreboard. A way to put this back into play. Mendoza comes up. He's going to dribble it across half. He's up across as a fifth attacker, and a connection between Lito Esquivel and Pablo Real. Not quite there. They both saw that opportunity, and we're disappointed that they missed.
Yeah, in so many ways, Ole right now is like a shark in water. They see blood, and they are attacking. That's, you see Frankie Mendoza coming out flying. It's just a matter of how many goals are they going to score, and it doesn't look like they're going to let up, and they're just going to continue to put as many goals in the back of net as they can.
This ball attempted in the middle, blocked by Crispin. Lito Esquivel faced up by Saltzman. Olay trying to break down the defense of Lansing City. Martinez in a 1v1. They switch it to the other side. Esquivel into the middle, off the pivot. Good play there, and Saltzman not happy with the communication of his team.
And he is letting everyone know about it, but really excellent work from Saltzman to cover that missed opportunity and that gap in coverage and prevent the attack.
Here comes Mendoza once again. Now to the corner. The lead for Mendoza. We have seen Saltzman play. He's a solid defender, and he has been. It's not the first time that he was frustrated today by the defending of his team.
Yeah, and again, I know we've said this many times today about the absence of the three players offensively, but also those are key components just on the team, so they have a tremendous impact defensively as well.
Here's Cesar Martinez with Kleppel coming back. Kleppel stops that attack. Now the other way, Timblo into the middle. Saltzman breaking through the defense. Didn't see him at first. That was a really good chance for Lansing City.
Very close, and you have to wonder. You talked earlier about making the near post run and someone making the back post run, and we did not see Charlie Nunez make that back post run, which he could have connected on the back end of that pass.
Corner kick coming for Olay. Looks like the ball went. Well, actually, no, the ball was within reach. Olay just having a conversation with the official, maybe.
That's one thing. Short. As far as consistency, any chance or opportunity to talk to the officials, Olay takes. Again, and that's a skill that sometimes gets not discussed enough, but it's a skill that does have an impact on the game.
I would agree that it does have an impact on the game, and I do understand the idea of it being a skill. I think there's some questions about that. Maybe it's a third half topic to talk about sometime. Gomez back to Johan Vasquez. Olay with the one-man advantage. Frankie Mendoza in the corner. He's looking for a goal.
And Frankie can taste it.
Against his former teammate.
He has been so close to a goal today. He's had a few opportunities, and he just keeps sending it wide. If he can put one on frame, though. I had a chance to talk to Andres Montes in between the games, and he said that Mendoza has an outstanding shot, not just for a goalkeeper, but for a field player, too.
Great save there. Speaking of goalkeepers, for Pierce. And Mendoza, you talked about a chance earlier. Earlier today, unfortunately, he had probably one of the worst misses we saw all tournament. And it's just the truth. He had a wide open net and kind of got it under his foot.
And I had the chance to recant that situation with Mendoza, and he said, really what you have to be is like Dory from Finding Nemo. You just have to forget it and move on. And he did that swiftly in that moment. And in so many ways, he saved a goal after that missed opportunity, because if he did not get up and recover, they actually might not have even made the playoffs.
So this is actually very interesting. Take a look at just in this moment where there is a fifth attacker, take a look at how the defense is formed and how they rotate, because they have to make up for this one less player. And also look at how the offense rotates. It just there's things that you can see and learn about how this flow goes and what each team is trying to do in that scenario. It's very interesting. A lot of times the defense is going to be trying to cut off parts of the court so that the game is kind of squeezed. And, of course, the offense, looking inside to the middle of that diamond to try to break it down in and out are good objectives for the offensive side.
Yeah, and by far one of the things you want to do when you're experiencing that fifth attacker situation is use your 4 defenders to cut down the angles. Oh,
Kleppel buries one for Lansing City, and that's the lone goal in this second half.
Yeah, not much celebration on Kleppel. He knows that they're down by 5 still, and they only have 11 minutes left, so there are several more goals needed, but that is exactly what they need from him. They need him to put more of those into the back of the net for them to come back here.
So first goal of the match for Lansing. And they still have a long ways to go, over 10 minutes to get there if they want to challenge this 6-1 score line.
And in so many ways, it's still a lot of time, unlike the running clock situation where 10 minutes is literally 10 minutes in real time. 10 minutes in futsal time with the stop clock could be 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, and Ole nearly capitalized with that movement in the corner. We are seeing number 2, Coulter Reese, for the first time today.
First time all tour, actually.
No, he scored the game-winning goal, or the go-ahead goal. You're saying first time in the showcase.
In the showcase.
Yeah.
Sorry. In the showcase. Yeah.
I was going to say, don't you remember when they played Chicago House in overtime and he scored in the first 20 seconds? How could you forget?
How could you forget? Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Coulter in the showcase this weekend.
And here is Coulter with it now, looking inside to Timblow. Timblow and Keeney, a little disjointed, had the right idea. Now Ole go the other way. Olayo on the near side. Kleppel is calling for Max Keeney to press the ball. Lansing City's had their fair share of just some miscommunications or just maybe kind of being not quite on the same page or maybe not locked in this game. Seeing Kleppel upset a few times, Saltzman upset a few times. This one to Coulter Reese, he keeps it in. Inside, looking for a chip. Cheeky one with Mendoza out of net.
Yeah, nice attempt. And as Coulter Reese subs out, one of the things about Coulter Reese, so he didn't get to play last night in the matchup, but his commitment to development and conditioning, he stayed all night to get some extra time on the treadmill and the weight room and in the box training on some of his technical skills. And so it really shows his commitment to continuing to improve, even when he doesn't play in a match.
Well-placed strike from J.R. Real, handled well by Pierce. Corner kick for Ole. Here's Esquivel, brings it down with his chest. A little space to the right and hits it very far to the right. Timeout Lansing City, 8:48 to go in the second half. Lansing City's down by 5 goals. And a reminder that you can catch all the Futsal Champions Series action on YouTube right here. And also you can go to futsalchampionseries.com/live. Follow your favorite teams and the league on Instagram or Facebook, wherever you would like. If you want, you can follow the league. Join us in helping grow the great game of futsal in the United States. Right there in the Lansing City huddle, you saw it just for a moment. Coach Matt Alishari and words from Jeremy Kleppel as well on how they, what's their plan for these last just under 9 minutes? How do they want to cut into this deficit in the momentum that Ole has had most of this game?
So you always ask me what's going on in the huddle.
Yeah.
But you actually have been in that huddle before. What's happening right now? Tell us.
It's been a few years
saying?
since I've been in that huddle. Based on what I've seen in the, today, I feel like there's probably a fair amount of some positioning and like when to go and when not, because we've heard that on the court a few times. from Saltzman, from Kleppel. Some just like staying locked in. We saw Chris Spain, didn't realize it was a corner. He came way up here. So it might be some of that, but there also might be, sometimes it's like, hey, when this happens, like this is something that happens very frequently, like some idea or something that happens frequently, like, hey, when this happens, like do this, just some of those adjustments. Most of the time it's not like drawing up a play or anything of that nature. Bobadilla with the defense, the attacking defense, I would call it.
Yeah, attacking defense. Great job winning the ball back. It was surprising he didn't make the pass off to Jonah Timblow, who looked like he had the positioning in front of goal.
Little chip to Kleppel off the corner, brings it down. Saltzman to his left, Bobadilla to his right. A diamond in front of him. Gets a shot away, blocked by Mendoza. De Leon tries to take it the other way. Stopped for a moment by Kleppel. Kept going, and then finally kicked out of bounds by Jonah Timblow.
That was another interesting save by Mendoza. You mentioned this earlier today, where it's like he intentionally saved the ball towards his teammate, and it looks like he did the same exact thing right there, just passing the ball, passing the save to Daniel De Leon.
Martinez now facing the high pressure of Lansing City. And here is Daniel De Leon. Long one up to Lito Esquivel facing Jeremy Kleppel, former teammates. They were quite some time ago.
With ABK with Diego Bobadilla as well.
Yep, under Fabian Rodriguez during that period of time. And actually, I thought I remember playing with Lito Esquivel on Lansing City, and I said that on air, I think. And then I think Jeremy actually talked to me and was like, "Hey, did you actually do that?" And now I'm wondering. So I thought I did, but did I actually? I don't know.
I guess we'll have to go back to the tape.
I have to go back. I don't know if there's any tape of that. Saltzman overpowers Cesar Martinez there. Clearance from Bobadilla goes wrong. Now at the foot of Martinez.
Well, you know what they say. If it's not on tape, it didn't happen.
I've never heard anybody say that. So
I just did.
You just did. Gotcha. The only thing I've heard in relation to that is they caught you on tape and you still got away with it. If you get that reference. There he is, Lito Esquivel, one of the more veteran players in the FCS. And he, I'm sure, surely provides a lot of leadership for this Olay squad as well. Oh, wow, Mose Crawford all alone. Settling touch off for him, and Pierce is able to come up and collect it. 6:43 to go. Still a 6-1 game. Only one goal in this half. The lone goal scored by this man here, Jeremy Kleppel. As he tries to go down the line, unable to do so.
And, just seeing the way that this half has played out, you have to imagine that Fabian Rodriguez did preach patience and composure to his team to really just settle down and to not be as aggressive attacking so much.
Oh, great kick save. Foot in the right spot, or else J.R. Real would have had a hat trick. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunities happen so fast for
There's
Olay, just
one.
as they do right there.
Well, it's just like that shot. We just kind of had the perfect vantage point, and you just see, just how, like, if the ball was just ever so slightly a little bit higher, it gets a deflection, maybe it goes in, but it's like his foot and the leg had to be right in the correct spot, and he did that.
Well, you know what they say about futsal.
What do they say?
It's a game of inches.
It's a game of inches.
Oh, no, that's football. No.
Every time you say, you know what they say, I'm like, I don't know if anyone actually says this or not, but we're going to hear it.
But it literally is. Futsal is a game of inches. There are so many moments where the ball goes 1 inch to the left or right, and it's the difference between a goal or not.
Yeah, and even deflections. I mean, deflections
Yes.
in the penalty arc are huge, and follow-up shots. On the back post, we've talked about that a lot. Olay likes to score a lot of goals on the back post. It's a great place to score them. Great place to get a chance. Here they go again. Gomez with some steam, tried to chip it around Pierce.
Yeah, and that is where he leverages his size. I mean, he comes out, and there's no way you're chipping the ball over him.
Yeah, I was going to say that might not be the best place to put it on a guy whose head hits the crossbar.
Yeah, Gomez is not going to try and chip Joshua Pierce ever again after that play. Now we have Mendoza flying once again, hunting for his first goal.
Ole maintaining control here. Slowly trying to gain ground as much as the battle is just to try to, can the defense push out and can the offense kind of push in a little bit and with the movement, create space, find space, and of course Ole in the driver's seat here, so they are not in a hurry.
No, they are very comfortable taking their time with only 4 minutes left, being up by 5 goals. They are in no rush.
Mendoza sends that one over. Pierce restarts play. Couple to Bobadilla on the far side. His ball inside, no one there. Jariel takes his time. Shot blocked by Kleppel. We talked about Josh Pierce. He had spent some time with Ole. Actually, first with City, then with Ole, now back to City. He's had quite an active night, 15 saves tonight, and has had those 6 goals against him. I wouldn't say that he has been at fault for, I think maybe 1 or 2 of those, like he himself probably would even say like he probably could have stopped, but I don't think he really created those. But he's definitely had an active night for Lansing City tonight.
Yeah, with as clinical as Ole has been, not only today but consistently throughout the entire season, with 38 shots and the fact that they only have 6 goals, that really speaks volumes to the work that Joshua Pierce has done.
Right now? Salzman tries to get this one out. It does squirt out. And Mendoza's going up the court, and the pass to him is off. Bobadilla wants to go quick. Kleppel goes right back to him. A little fake. Left foot just outside of where Timblow is. Two and a half to go as Rodriguez looks on. The 5-goal advantage in the Ole team over there on the bench. You see them all smiles.
Yeah, and in so many ways, over the run of the last 14 games that they have won, this is one of the most impressive wins. And it has to be something that they're really proud of as a club. They've played, like we said, every time they played Lansing City, it's been a very tight game. And it feels in so many ways that they came out to make a statement that they were not going to allow Lansing City to play them tight tonight.
And of course, as we mentioned, a few key players for Lansing City not here tonight. That certainly impacts the game as Pierce comes flying up. And now with Frankie Mendoza all the way up in near the corner, he has it here, Ole with 5 attackers. He takes a strike. You're right, he does have a pretty hard shot there. Some might say a rocket. Crispain tries the turn. It's not there for him. 134 says the scoreboard. Couple to Bobadilla. Esquivel takes care of that. Still high pressure from Lansing City. They're not one to back down in the slightest. Kleppel gets space, and that's a big-time save from Frankie Mendoza.
And he's hyped about that save.
Yeah, I was going to say, more often than not, you see when Kleppel gets that space at that place in the court, you see that rattle the net.
Yeah, and that ball, we don't have a gun out here, but that ball had to be traveling at 70, 80 miles an hour.
And Chris Spain with his own try. You see another opportunity there. Not only did Mendoza get it with his hands, but he also had the split save going with his legs, ready for it to be on the ground as well. Less than a minute to play now in the first semifinal. This game well in hand for Olay. They will be returning to the Lansing City Arena tomorrow night for the FCS National Showcase Final. 6:30 p.m. coverage begins right around 6 or 6:15 here on FCS Live.
And, even as we talk about this, we talk about the missing players for Lansing City and the impact that has on the game. But what we haven't talked about is the missing players for Olay Futsal Club. They're missing arguably two of their best players, and Chris Mendez and Sammy Escovel. They're missing the Diaz twins. If you think about right there, that's a full line of players, and we already have 2.5 lines of players here tonight. It just speaks volumes about the depth on their team.
Follow-up try for Kleppel, well wide. And now 11 ticks to go. What will Mendoza do here? He goes long. Deflection over the opposite end line for a restart through the hands of Pierce.
In so many ways, I think that speaks volumes to Fabian Rodriguez's ability to develop talent. That, it doesn't matter necessarily who shows up, but Olay's always ready to play. They come out and they just find ways to win. Whether they dominate in the game or whether they're down late, they find ways to come back and score the goals they need.
And this one was all Olay from start to finish. We saw goalkeeper Josh Pierce for Lansing City come up the court for that final play. Had some words with his former teammates, Mendoza and the other Olay players. And so Olay goes through by a score of 6-1, and they will play the winner of the next semifinal game, which is coming up at 8:45 p.m. Shoreline City is going to take on Chicago House. Two FCS newcomers duke it out in their first full-length FCS match. Give the viewers at home, if they're considering whether to watch that game or not, give them a little sneak peek in, what do they call about the palate? What do they say about the palate? You know what people say, right? What? Don't you know that phrase?
What do people say?
I don't remember it. I'm trying to ask for your help.
What do people say?
Dude, oh, come on, man. The one time. Tell them what to expect tonight for Shoreline City and Chicago House.
Right? So you want to see some youthful talent, fantastic technical skills. Chicago House has that in spades. We have some of the best young players in Chicago House, and Rafael Hernandez, Vinny De Silva, and Ivan Sereno. And when you think about veteran leadership, you got that in spades at Shoreline City. This is just the third time we're seeing them in FCS action. But when you have the Mendez brothers, they bring a style of leadership and just composure and solidify the defense for Shoreline in so many ways that it's going to be tough for Chicago House to score goals.
And that's the one that's coming up at 8:45 p.m. And to wrap up the one that we just saw, take a look at the team stats here. 6-1 victory for Olay. Nearly double the shots for Olay. Fouls in that second half were even at 2. Corner kicks in the favor of Olay. Lots of saves in that game for Josh Pierce. I think that's a quick talking point for Lansing City. We've seen them have struggles over the season last year and even in the tours at the goalkeeper position, even to the extent of really giving away some easy goals and easy opportunities. We saw Ethan Castaneda get the start in the exhibition against Olay a couple weeks ago, and he played very well that game, possibly his best game that he's had yet. And today we saw Josh Pierce. We saw him the 2 games yesterday. what are your thoughts about him stepping in today?
One of the things that we've seen historically from Lansing City with Ethan Castaneda specifically is just being really careful about his development and being cautious about what situations you put him in. And so I have to think, knowing that we're missing a lot of those key players for Lansing City, Matt Elishari made a decision to stick with Joshua Pierce because they anticipated letting quite a few goals in. Because as clinical as Ole is, missing all of those players for Lansing City, you have to expect a lot of shots on goal, and you have to expect a high conversion rate, which is exactly what we got. And so I would anticipate that this was just some way to protect Ethan Castaneda because he did have an outstanding game against Ole.
What did you think about Josh Pierce, like his showcase performance?
Yeah, his showcase performance really solid. Like it's really what we expected out of him, or at least what I expected out of him back when he played with Ole. Just a really solid shot stopper, really composed. Even when he lets goal in, we just don't see mistakes from him. And now whether or not we say like some of those goals are on him, that he could have done a better job stopping those shots, he didn't make mistakes. He didn't make mistakes that just led to clear goals.
Yeah,
which is what we've seen from really all three of the goalies in the past for Lansing City.
Yeah, and that is certainly what we've had for them. So that's the Lansing City side. They end their showcase with as semifinalists, losing to Ole. They were missing some players, but like you mentioned, Ole's too. But for Ole, they're going to head to the finals tomorrow. We got the upcoming game, Shoreline City, Chicago House at 8:45 p.m. If you're Ole, who do you want to see tomorrow?
If I'm Ole, I want to see Chicago House again. Like that was such a fantastic matchup, and in so many ways, Chicago House showed that they belong. And what we just saw from Ole is they want to make a mark and show that they are the best team. And that was a team that played them really over the course of, again, it's a 44-minute running clock. Over the course of 42 minutes, Chicago House was the better team. And I don't think that sits well with Ole. So if anything, Ole's rooting for Chicago House because they want revenge.
And if they don't see Chicago House, they get to see the newcomers Shoreline City in the finals as well, which that would be, I'm sure Shoreline, I bet, is really gunning for that because they haven't had a chance yet to play Ole.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is some history between Shoreline and Ole because there are several players on Shoreline that actually went to play for either ABK or Ole, and they were under the tutelage of Fabian Rodriguez. So there's a history there, and they definitely want to show that they belong. They've already shown it against Lansing City, and so they definitely want that opportunity to show it against Ole.
So we have more to see in that second semifinal tonight. It's the second to last game of the entire showcase that we're going to be broadcasting. Chicago House takes on Shoreline City FC. That's at 8:45 p.m. We're going to take a quick break. I actually don't know if we were going to keep the stream running or if we're going to switch it to the next semifinal, so we'll figure that out. But for now, we're going to send you to our sponsors. And at the very least, come on back here around 8:30 for the pregame coverage of the second semifinal. Shoreline City takes on Chicago House. You're watching the Futsal Champions Series on FCS Live. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lansing City Arena here in Lansing, Michigan for the Futsal Champions Series National Showcase Semifinal 2 between Shoreline City FC and Chicago House. We got an exciting one here tonight. Jared Kleppel, Gerard Ascani. Set the stage a little bit for the viewers at home, Gerard.
Two brand new teams to the FCS. One, they're visiting for the second time from Chicago House Athletic Club. They showed a dominant display the first time with their youth. They're returning back, and now they're in the semifinal for the National Showcase. The first time ever in FCS action for Shoreline City, but they bring a lot of veteran leadership with them. So even though it's the first time we're seeing the FCS, it's not the first time playing futsal.
And there's a few players I want to point out. First, let's talk about a couple of players from Chicago House. The first one, we've seen him. He is actually a new name to us. He was number 6 during their first couple of games, and he had a great impact, multiple goals. It's Ivan Sereno.
Yeah, Ivan Sereno, it's not only the goals, it's really his technical skills. And it's one of the things we talked about. Jair Real has phenomenal technical quality, and Ivan Sereno quickly is fighting Jair Real for some of the best technical skills in the FCS. He had this play last night that was just incredible on the baseline, beating 3 defenders, scoring a goal from a nearly impossible angle.
So we expect him to have an impact on the match tonight. Vinny Da Silva will also have an impact, and we're not featuring him today, but I know that he's definitely worth mentioning. He's been very solid, a little bit in the background, hasn't been in some of those stats. But one player that certainly has been in the stats and has had a huge impact, it's number 8 for Chicago House. No surprise, Rafael Hernandez.
Yeah, Rafael Hernandez, at this point, you're right. No surprises at all with him being featured, with him having an impact on the game, with him scoring goals. Literally, he does it all, and it's one of the things that he continues to do, not only with Chicago House. He was recently on loan with Lansing City, and in the FCS Akron Tour, he scored all of their goals in that competition. And so it shows you the level of quality. Even when playing with a visiting team on loan, he has an impact. And so look for him tonight to have a massive impact in this match.
Now, on the other side, the team in pink, Shoreline City, showing off their pink unis for the first time tonight. You know, one player that we saw in their most recent game that, you know, it seemed like his impact was much more noticeable than the first one. It was number 77, Brandon Gomez.
Yeah, Brandon Gomez took full advantage of the Mendez brothers not being there earlier today, and he scored 5 goals. In so many ways, we did not know who was going to step up, and he absolutely stepped up and delivered at an incredibly high level.
And now you talk about the Mendez brothers. They are back for this game. And the one I wanted to specifically point out was Aldoni, number 7. Before he got the red card against Lansing, he was heavily involved in their first, I think, 2 or 3 goals.
3 goals, yeah. The first 3 goals he contributed to.
And he was also, found on the goal line a couple of times, saving it. And, you know, it's just he's back, and I think he's an anchor for that squad.
Yes, absolutely an anchor. He literally contributed to 3 of the goals and prevented 3 goals with saves on the back line. Aldoni is someone that he has a long history, not only in futsal, not only in Lansing City, because he actually played for Lansing City.
He
but
did.
He also played for Olay back in the ABK days as well. And so this is someone that has a track record of being a standout performer. So he is a rock for them in all aspects of the game.
I actually got a chance to play with Aldoni Mendez along with his brother Alex during my time at Lansing City, and they are very talented players. I mean, during that time, they were 2 of our best players for sure. We looked to them to create, and there were just times where they would be on the ball, and it just seemed like they had this uncanny ability to just get from one side of the defender to the other with the ball, and you didn't always know how it happened. But they definitely had an impact in the first game when they were here, and I expect to see the same tonight. While we're here, let's take a look at the starting lineups, who we expect to see out there tonight. We can take a look at the home team first, which is technically going to be Shoreline City. You see it right there. Alex and Aldoni Mendez, number 7 and 10 in the Pivo and Ala spots. We also have Brandon Gomez and I got to look at my roster sheet to know the first name. Janziel Rodriguez.
He goes by Jay-Z.
Jay-Z. So Jay-Z Rodriguez out on that right spot. And then, of course, Fabian Rodriguez, not the Ole coach, in net. I'll stop making that joke for this Fabian Rodriguez's sake. And then, of course, you see the reserves over there as well. Starting five for Chicago House. I don't think we have many surprises to this one here. We have Josue Escareno in net, Rafael Hernandez, Ivan Sereno, Felipe Marroquin, and Vinny Da Silva to round out the starting five in their Chicago House white. A couple of players to look for on the reserves. Luigi Marquez, he had showed some effectiveness in the first couple games, and that's a new name that we haven't seen as well.
He did. He absolutely did. And Angel Bracco is another one. And one of the names we didn't say a lot, we didn't really spotlight him either, but Johnny Chicas. He played for Grand Rapids Ole as well. And so you can see the Ole connections here, even in this other semifinal match. Ole Futsal Club connections run deep here, not only in the Grand Rapids area in Michigan, but also in Chicago as well.
And what's on the line for these two teams tonight? Well, of course, this is the semifinal, the second semifinal in the National Showcase. The winner faces Ole tomorrow in the final at 6:30 p.m. And I guarantee you 100%. Both these teams want to see Ole tomorrow, not just because they want to get in the final. They want to see Ole.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they come to play. Both of these teams know and are confident that they can compete at the highest levels. And right now, Ole Futsal Club is clearly at the highest level of futsal in the United States, and they want to compete. It's one of the things that we saw from Chicago House. They were amped up for their match with Ole earlier today. And, at this point, Shoreline City has not had an opportunity to play Ole in this tournament, and so they are definitely looking forward to that matchup.
So kickoff is coming up shortly as both these teams get warmed up. I think we're still waiting on the officials to come out of the tunnel, so we're going to step aside very quickly, and we'll be back in 60 seconds. Actually, wait a minute. The officials are walking out now. I didn't see them. They blended in with the chairs.
Yeah, they blended in.
Sorry to our sponsors. No time for commercials. But I could shout out the sponsor. Why not?
Shout
we have a
them
little extra time. Ally Marketing is the sponsor of FCS Live. If you're looking for a partner in the marketing space, check out allymarketing.us. That's ALLY marketing.us. Ally Marketing is the official marketing partner of the Futsal Champions Series. Ally Marketing, let's be friends. Almost done with day two. And before this game happens, if you had to pick one moment, Gerard, that was your highlight moment in day two.
Oh, man, one moment?
One moment.
One. I mean, how can we pick just one? I don't even know if I can.
You don't know?
It's really.
You pick one and I'll pick
for
one.
Me,
you just got to pick one to say.
The moment was when when Ole scored 2 goals against Chicago House in a 90-second span.
That was amazing and heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Chicago House. We were about to witness in the last 2 minutes of the match, Ole lose for the first time in the FCS history, and they came roaring back in just a tremendous fashion.
So here it is. Game has begun. And we are off and away. Shoreline City and Chicago House for the second semifinal here in Lansing, Michigan. If you were a gambling man, Gerard, who opens up the scoreline tonight?
Well, the thing for me that I'm looking for, the first score is going to come from Chicago House. It's going to be an assist from Rafael Hernandez to Ivan Sereno. I know you didn't ask for players and specifics, but I gave them to you.
Hey, that's even better. Even better. Chicago House opened up the scoring is his prediction. We actually taking a look at the benches. Quite a large one for Shoreline City. Not quite as much for Chicago House, though. Hopefully it's sufficient for them as That one comes across to Alex Mendez, can't quite get the touch on it.
Wow, beautiful pass right there. That would have been an incredible shot, and you could see Alex Mendez had the idea for the back heel flick, just could not connect on it.
You know, I got to say, with Chicago House wearing their whites, is it just me, or is this the first time that we're seeing this goalkeeper black?
It is. It's the first time we're seeing the goalkeeper black.
I like it for Josue Escareno.
Yeah, I actually didn't recognize him at first. I didn't even realize he was playing in goal.
The ones they usually wear are so like big and baggy, as Ivan Sereno tries the goalkeeper on the other side, Fabian Rodriguez, and earns a corner for Chicago House. First time, and another award we get to give out for highest shot. Goes to Felipe Marroquin. Well, yesterday's estimation was that it would have scored on the fourth goal high.
Fourth goal high.
Fourth goal high is my estimation.
I think there's almost a competition for players. They see that net and they think, can I hit it over?
Aldoni Mendez, his way is blocked by Rafael Hernandez, and Chicago House can't complete the transition.
It's almost a good consolation prize. If you're not going to score, I mean, you might as well accomplish something on the shot attempt, and getting it over the net would be worth something.
Kicking for Shoreline is high up the floor. And again, if this is the first time you join us for the semifinals, this game format is a standard FIFA regulation game. 2:20-minute halves, stop clock, as opposed to how the earlier games were in the group stage. Alex Mendez takes a toe poke from distance. That was one thing. It was. I was going to say, when I played with these two Mendez brothers, that was one thing that was very common, is they have a quick trigger on that toe poke, and it's accurate, and it's very strong, and that's something to look out for, that quick trigger finger. Both teams settling into the game in the first 2 minutes. Escareno waits for this one to go back into his arc.
You know, one of the things that we were a little bit concerned with Shoreline City was how the suspension of one game for the red card for Aldoni Mendez would impact them today in their matchup against Grace Futsal, and it actually didn't impact them whatsoever.
Not at all, and here is Vinny De Silva. Hernandez all the way in the back, can't believe that he didn't finish it.
Yeah, De Silva did not want me to be wrong, and so he wanted to make sure that Sereno got the first goal.
Well, Rafael Hernandez was, couldn't see him on camera. Oh, wow. Brandon Gomez had his own opportunities. We see Shoreline make their first substitutions of the game. I think we might be seeing a new player for Shoreline. Have we seen Brandon Edwards before?
We haven't seen him before.
Number 6.
He's somebody that the head coach Cody has talked about as a player to watch out for and to look out for. He was excited to have him. This is the first action for Shoreline City so far this tour.
Sereno looking down the line. Doesn't control it, too big of a touch. This one bounces back to Vinny De Silva. He's got Padilla breathing down his neck.
Yeah, great shielding right there from De Silva just to allow the goalie to restart.
Really, we haven't seen in these first just over 3 minutes, no real intense defensive pressure from either side. There is really there's an intensity that's not in the game yet, that we see like almost right away anytime you see Midwest play Olay, and when Lansing plays, like there's this kind of intensity that occurs, and I feel like we haven't gotten that point yet, and I think we'll get there, but you can kind of tell it's like it just feels like there's not as much energy yet.
Yeah, a couple more plays like that with no fouls called, we're going to have a lot more energy real quick.
Corner kick called for Chicago House. Number 6, Ivan Sereno going to take it. Rafael Hernandez running through, Vinny De Silva behind him. Hernandez takes it, and it will stay in possession of Chicago House. Watch Felipe Marroquin on the back post area here. It goes to Vinny Da Silva. His strike well over the bar. Restart coming from Fabian Rodriguez. He looks long, but it's right to Da Silva. Da Silva space in the middle. Strike! Blocked there in the middle. And Fabian Rodriguez in goal he's having some words with his players the last couple of plays. He's clearly not happy with something that's going on.
Yeah, he really wants to have better positioning and not allow some of those free shots on goal. It's never something you want as a goalkeeper, just free shots at the top of the arc. You want as many bodies in front of you as possible to help protect the goal.
Nearly escaping the 4 count is Rafael Hernandez. Working with Vinny Da Silva at the point. Hernandez fires one away, doesn't get past the first defender. Silva takes a shot blocked by number 11, Christian Diaz. And I think that's also, no, we did see him yesterday. I don't think we saw him in the first game today. But now the other way, Ivan Sereno, nice to avoid the slide tackle, and is it in? It is! Felipe Marroquin puts it away on the assist from Sereno.
How about that nifty footwork from Ivan Sereno? We talked about his ball skills and his technical ability leading into the match. Really outstanding effort here. Yeah, apologies for that. It looks like the replay that we showed was the highlights that we had showed in between the broadcast. We will see if we can't get a highlight of that to you, but a really special play. Sereno was just able to round the keeper and then set up an easy tap-in for Felipe Marroquin. Excellent work from Sereno. So I didn't get the goal scorer right, but at least I got the goal involvement. So 50%.
50% on the opening. On the well, you got the team right.
I got the team right.
That was the real question.
Yeah, that was the real question.
That was the real question.
I got the team.
So Chicago House goes up by 1. You did. Chicago House goes up by 1 after 5 minutes of play. Now Shoreline facing a deficit.
Yeah, and I mean, no surprise why we featured Ivan Sereno. It really special technical ability to be able to do that. Very deceptive with the dribbling and ball handling to be able to round the keeper in that fashion.
Da Silva trying to put it to the near post. No issue there for Rodriguez.
Great save by Escarino.
JZ Rodriguez on the try. In the dangerous area, Escarino called upon once again. Alex Mendez toe poke, that one's off the mark. Here's Hernandez out of the back. Gives it away on the pressure from number 9 for Shoreline City, Carlos Santiaez. His ball into the middle. Kicked away by Sereno, and now Hernandez the other way. Takes a strike from distance. How about that? Didn't think that one was going to find the back of the net, but it did.
Wow. Rafael Hernandez had just given the ball away just prior to that play. Escarino saved a goal with an outstanding chest save, and Rafael Hernandez made up for that loss of possession with an outstanding shot from distance. Wow. Incredible placement. And Sereno with a quick shot. Excellent save from Fabian Rodriguez. Chicago House is really applying the pressure right now. They are feeling it.
So goal from Rafael Hernandez.
Yeah, it's
fighting
one of
for
the
possession
most
in
important
corner.
things. We talked about this earlier. You know, we gave a lot of credit to Frankie Mendoza for recovering from a mistake, and that's a really excellent example right there from Rafael Hernandez of just making a mistake but clearing your head and immediately overcoming that mistake and turning it into a positive with that goal. Oh, tough foul on Ivan Sereno in a dangerous free kick area. We have now seen Rafael Hernandez score a couple of free kicks from a very similar position. Let's see who is on the ball right here. It looks like Rafael Hernandez is going to be over it. Is he going to go for goal, or will he lay it off and go for the assist?
I think Rafael Hernandez probably passes this one.
And he did.
Right back to him. He wanted that shot blocked by Brandon Gomez. Here comes Shoreline the other way. Hernandez on the slide and the block from Escareno. Corner upcoming for Shoreline. Oh, wow, take a look at this. Just for a moment, the sun coming in through this small window was right in the eyes of Escareno. Do you see that?
That's
wow.
Oh, that's tough.
It's like the tiniest little window behind us. And it's like right in his eye level.
Yeah, that is
wow.
very difficult. Let's hope it doesn't have an impact on him.
Oh, dangerous for Shoreline. The try from Jay-Z Rodriguez goes wide, and he was upset about it. Heavy pressure for Chicago House, and they lose it. Now Santiago gets the advantage called and wins the corner, so we'll have a foul accumulated against Chicago House. Strike from Mendez blocked out for a corner.
And Escareno, outstanding effort early here. 5 saves already.
And Alex Mendez is seems
just
like every time he gets the ball, he's trying on net, and so far nothing created from it. We'll see what he does again here.
Another one.
Tries another one. Here is Alex Mendez on the ball. All the way to the other side. Jay-Z Rodriguez, Chicago House ups the pressure. Giveaway. Can he stay with it? No. Nice work there from number 9, Luigi Marquez, to win it back for Chicago House. Transition for Shoreline City. Alex Mendez off the bar. Did Escareno get a piece of that?
I don't think that he did. It didn't look like it. I mean, that was a well-placed shot just off the crossbar.
Oh, and Alex Mendez just misses Carlos Santiago as we take a look at that last one again. You get a piece of it. Oh, I think it maybe did it
just before. No, it was.
What did Hernandez get a piece of it before? No, it just came off wrong, but off the bar. So Alex Mendez dialing in as we have a collision on the other side of the court. And some physical play here. Is that going to be a caution? The referee called the foul and issues the yellow card to Sergio Amnesty. There was quite a bit of grabbing
lot of
there.
Contact. Yeah, a lot of
Take
contact.
a look at it again. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think the ball ever did go out. You know, we have the benefit of video replay, whereas the officials don't. But the ball never did leave the court, and so playing advantage was an option.
So he gave the yellow because it was like a foul after the ball went out of bounds, sort of, but not a foul.
Yeah, so
that's kind of what I'm gathering.
Yeah, and it looks like he just missed the call that
so
the ball never went out.
So I don't think that it counts as a foul because it's like an after the play yellow. because
Oh,
it
okay,
wasn't
you're saying
because it was a kick in. So
No,
that
it would
means the
still
ball
be a
went
foul.
out,
It would still be a foul.
even though it happened outside of like play when the ball was already out of the game.
Yep.
We're gonna get some confirmation on this. Oh, and while we do, it's a toe poke. I think that's number 9. Is that Luigi? Yeah, I think that was Luigi Marquez, number 9. I can't see his number. Yeah, that is. He puts it away, and Chicago House are up 3 goals on Shoreline City less than 10 minutes into it.
Yeah, and while we were scoring the goal, we did get clarification from the officials. It is a foul against Chicago House on that play.
Oh, here comes Aldoni Mendez inside the arc, creating space for number 12, Franco Calabrese.
And Sergio Amnesty, great work being in the goal to protect it as Escareno had left the frame.
Here comes Vinny De Silva. Felipe Marroquin wins a corner, attempted the chip.
And it looks like we have a delay in the action.
Yeah,
Check on the goalkeeper.
He got hit in the face, forehead right there. So a mandatory check.
Safety first.
And he's good to go, say the officials. Ball into Marroquin. Nearly loses it. Has to run onto it. Aldoni Mendez right there. And Shoreline City gets possession with a kick. Aldoni at the halfway line, looking into Gomez. Quickly back to him. Gets a little oomph on the chip to himself, and finding out very quickly that the Mendez brothers are not afraid of taking shots.
Yeah, you can tell that they have spent some time with Jeremy Kleppel. You have to wonder, though, did they get the shot-taking prowess from him, or did he get it from them? What came first?
They both were solid, like when they were on the team together.
Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that like one got from the other. They both kind of had it already. As far as I can tell, it's the same as it was then.
The chicken and the egg debate resolved by Jared Kleppel.
You could call it that if you want. Here's Aldoni Mendez fighting to keep possession. He does. Physical on the ball to maintain possession there. Finds his way to Franco Calabrese. This is the first time we've seen him in action as well.
Today. No, he played.
He played yesterday?
Yeah, he started.
Okay. Played yesterday. Little chip in. And back to Calabrese. And it finds the back of the net. Shoreliner on the board.
Well, speaking of Franco Calabrese, he does not wait long to make an impact in this match. Good effort right there. He had to quickly come off the court. It looks like he was in pain. He might have taken a shot to the groin. He is in a lot of pain right now.
Well, yes, and that indeed is not Josue Escareno. Something went wrong with our graphics there. But, yeah, he immediately called for a sub. And you saw him over there in some kind of pain leaning over.
It makes the goal all that more meaningful to score with that pain.
Could they get another one here? 1v keeper. Oh, Jay-Z Rodriguez thought Aldoni was going to keep going.
And Aldoni was very frustrated for Jay-Z to not take the shot right there. Yeah, that is a situation. Aldoni made the extra pass instead of taking the shot early, and Jay-Z tried to make an extra pass unnecessarily.
Serrano taken down from behind. Whistle comes. We'll have another free kick, and Chicago House has quickly shown themselves to be high-rate converters on these
They sure have.
free kick opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have somebody on the ball like a Rafael Hernandez, your conversion rate is going to skyrocket.
Serrano and Rodriguez. Around the horn comes number 15, Angel Bracho. I think there was an idea there, wasn't quite executed the way Chicago House would like it. Out comes Escareno, and now a strike by Bracho, save by Rodriguez. Aldoni Mendez with it now. Alex wins it back. Toe poke blocked by Ivan Serrano. Alex gets it with his back to goal, tries to turn. Instead it goes back to Christian Diaz, and he puts it well wide and high.
And it looks like Shoreline actually got a corner. There was a deflection on that ball.
So here comes the corner for Shoreline. Alex to take it. Aldoni's in the middle. He goes right to the near post. Cheeky little play trying to catch Josue Escareno off. And Fabian Rodriguez coming all the way up near the halfway line. Results in a chance for Alex Mendez, but Escareno handles it. How about that? He kept it.
Yeah, wow, incredible skills right there to maintain possession.
Alex Aldoni in the save from Escareno. Back to Alex. And he wants to find the back of the net so badly. You can just the amount of shots that he's had already.
Yeah,
How many?
already. So
He's got
Shoreline,
8.
yes, Alex has 8 already, and Shoreline themselves total have 23 shots already. And Escareno quickly has 9 saves.
Yeah, Escareno has been putting in work. Now, not all the shots have been, some of them have been
Yeah, but
pretty
that shows you
far-fetched to find.
almost 50% of the shots are on target. That's a pretty high percentage.
Yeah. And the corner kick going backwards down the line doesn't stay in, and so it's a giveaway. Now Chicago House have a kick in. That's Escareno right there. You see on the screen. You mentioned it, but he's got 9 saves in the game today. 6.5 to go in the first half. Vinny De Silva, space in the middle, closed down. He's working his defender. Now back to Hernandez.
And
Just kind of pushing him off the ball a little bit
It is
there.
very interesting not to call a foul and then to call the ball out on Chicago House when he just was pushed out.
Yeah.
Alex Mendez has a huge weight and size advantage on him, and just what seems like an innocuous push caused Vinny De Silva to go out of play.
So 5:55 on the clock. Shoreline City and Chicago House both in their first full-length action in the FCS right here, right now in this second semifinal. Ball inside, held up by number 8. Vincenzo Padilla turns with it, stays in. Now Aldoni into Alex. Can he maintain possession? Back to Aldoni, dangerous. Escareno's there, trying again. The second effort is enough to deny Mendez.
That's an incredible read from Escareno to snuff out that back heel pass from one Mendez to the other, and then to just stay with the play. Aldoni almost powered the ball away from him, but Escareno was not letting it be stolen from him.
De Silva. Aldoni takes it from De Silva. He's able to keep it, and now the giveaway 3v2. Here's Sereno. Back post. Hernandez is there. What a play. And the shimmy afterwards. He's putting on a show for us.
Wow. Sereno, what an incredible move and pass, and just sets up the volley for the half bicycle to Rafael Hernandez.
He's all alone. Look at him.
Wow, what a volley. The scissor kick from Hernandez. Just an incredible chip pass, an incredible finish from Rafael Hernandez.
But Shoreline the other way. Escareno called upon. He does well there. Silva a little push in the back, no call. He takes it away. Double coming. Oh, another Meg. We've seen him do that all
league leader in Megs
long.
for sure.
Yeah, he's had 3 just today, I think. Maybe one of them was yesterday, but I think he's had at least 1 per game.
They call him the Megster.
The Megster.
Wow, that ball stayed in.
Here's De Silva again. The double team. Forced off the ball. He thought he got fouled. I definitely saw some hands there, but no whistle.
Well, the shirt's not ripped, so I guess it wasn't a foul.
I don't know that we can. Oh, wow. Number 77, Brandon Gomez. Nearly found the back post. This long one up to number 9, Luigi Marquez. Off the mark. Chicago House down goes. That was Sereno that went down, and he can't believe he got.
Gil De Silva is incredibly frustrated right now just with the lack of calls here. You know, we just talked about the shirt pull that wasn't called. And, you know, a lot of questionable calls.
Oh!
But it doesn't matter because Vinny De Silva, he doesn't care if he's getting the calls or not. He makes an incredible back post pass.
Sneaking to the back post is Luigi Marquez for his, or is that right? I'm just learning the players. Yes, Luigi Marquez for his second goal of the match. That was all on facial recognition, so I doubted myself for a second. But he puts Chicago House up by 4 with 3:20 left in the first.
So at this point, Jared, your facial recognition is clearly better than Siri.
Maybe. I don't know. I think Siri definitely learns differently than I get to learn, being right here on the sideline. Ivan Serrano to put it back in for Chicago House. Up out of net is Escareno. Trying to go down the sideline was Luigi Marquez. No foul called there.
Lots of contact. Lots of contact.
See one there.
And are we also seeing a card?
I don't think so. Brandon Edwards thought that he should have got the foul first. And a little bit of a retaliation look there. As we see it again. Definitely all over him and brings him to the ground. So now Rafael Hernandez sets up again. Ivan Serrano comes next to him. Count begins. They're at 2 seconds. He asked for space, so now on the whistle. And you see Rafael Hernandez book it to the back post. He was ready. Hernandez wants it there. Serrano with the strike. In the dangerous area. Kicked away by Rodriguez. Corner kick try all the way across net. Stopped by Rodriguez. Now Shoreline have a transition moment. And that moment's over. Oh, but Aldoni Mendez is free. Tries the chip on Escareno. He's there again. How big has Escareno been in this half? I mean, he's had phenomenal saves.
That's now his 12th save of the half.
And he's had several saves. Uh-oh. Wow, that one, for a second I saw the ball rolling
dangerous.
and Rodriguez
if
out
that
of
would
net.
have been on frame,
Man,
that would
would've
not
been so
have
sad.
been good.
But yeah, Escareno, he's had, I think, 2 or 3 times where he's had to come up and make a save, and he's had to very quickly bat it away again, like we saw Frankie Mendoza do earlier today. Corner kick, dangerous spot for Vinny Da Silva. His shot is blocked. Aldoni Mendez in transition. Toe poke, nothing there.
It feels like in a lot of ways we're seeing another level from Chicago House here today. It's almost as if the way that they played against Olay has really raised their confidence level.
Here's Marroquin, and he gets hit by Alex Mendez. And again, he's using his size to his advantage there.
Less of a hit and more of just placement of his body in the way. It's like a movable object placed in your path.
Some pivot and fixo play here. Alex tries to turn, find some help. A little chip inside, not on the same page as Jay-Z Rodriguez. .96 seconds in half number 1. Chicago House on top by 4. Is this their largest lead in any game in the showcase?
This is the largest lead we've seen them have in the FCS. Yeah, that's what I do think. This is the best that we've seen them play all around in every
showcase?
facet. Yeah,
or just this game?
No, in
the showcase,
in the national, in the showcase, and also in the tour in Lansing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all we've seen.
That is,
that is all we've seen.
That is all we've seen.
Alex Mendez to Aldoni.
Yeah, I mean, Escareno, another save.
And there he is.
Yeah, and so it's not just their ability to create offense and the 5 goals that they've scored, but it's just the excellent goalkeeping from Escareno. In so many ways, he's got 14 saves, and it's against 33 shots, and so it shows you. So yeah, it's a lot of shots. But that's almost a 50% on-target rate for Shoreline, which it's an incredible amount of shots. But that's an incredibly high shots-on-target rate that we typically don't see in a lot of these matchups where we see lots of shots. Typically, there's not lots of shots on frame. So Escareno, great work and goal.
So with 1:19 left in the first half, timeout called by Chicago House puts us at this position where Shoreline are looking to see how they can cut into this lead in the last minute 19. And for Chicago House, it's all about, can we maintain the momentum that we have? I mean, it's hard to say momentum right now because, like, I feel like momentum's kind of worn, but, like, they do have this handle on the game and things are going well. So can we keep that into the locker room? You know, you do not want to give up an easy goal, and you definitely don't want to give up more than one going into the locker room. Play gets restarted. Alex Mendez hiding behind the keeper. He comes out. Was going to try to get it to Aldoni, I think, but didn't quite control it. Little chip over to number 9, Carlos Santiaez.
Looked like a really creative set-piece play right there to get an open option on the back of the net.
Oh, off the post again is Alex Mendez, and Escareno with the outreached hand.
Yeah, and so that's now the 3rd time that they've hit the frame of the goal. So, you know, as much as Escareno's been outstanding with his shot stopping, they're inches away from having 3 extra goals in this match.
Defense for Shoreline City forcing Chicago House to go long. Slide tackle.
And he's got a hand on his neck, and he was just pulled down. And there's no foul?
No foul there. Alex Mendez taking on Escareno, and Escareno collects it.
I'm baffled right now. The hand was literally on the neck, pulling him down.
Vinny Da Silva face up by Alex Mendez. In the corner, finding Marroquin, and Marroquin's held.
And he's being no
Surely
foul?
advantage. Yep, it's going to come back here. And he was thinking about it.
And
it is going to be. Caution.
Took a while, and we didn't even see the advantage signal.
No, number 2, Jay-Z Rodriguez.
You know, it's one thing whether or not you're making the right calls, but it's another thing to not even use the proper signals. If you're going to play advantage, you have to call advantage, and we didn't even see advantage called.
5 fouls now for Shoreline. That's the first time we've had that all day.
Yeah, and that is one of the things when you play a regulation game as far as time with the stop clock, with it lasting longer, you do see a lot more fouls in that duration.
Last 10 seconds of play. Ball goes out of bounds after the clear from Escareno. Can Shoreline City get something out of this? No. And we hit the end of the match. No, the first half. Not the match.
End of the first half.
Excuse me.
But it feels like it in a lot of ways with the stop clock that we've been used to. This half took longer than some of the games took today.
Yeah, so going into halftime, Chicago House on top of Shoreline by a score of 5-1. We'll have a brief break for the halftime, and take a look at your screen right here, the stats.
And one of the things that just leaps out at you is the disparity in shots. 36 shots for Shoreline City on 1 goal against 20 shots for Chicago House on 5 goals. So what that tells you right there is that Chicago House's shots, they're taking much better advantage, higher quality shots, and you're getting higher quality saves out of Escareno because he's got 16 saves to Fabian Rodriguez's 5.
So that is where we leave it for halftime. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute or two for second half action. You're watching the Futsal Champions Series on FCS Live. Don't go anywhere.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lansing City Arena. Second half action now taking place between Chicago House and Shoreline City FC. Chicago House with the 4-goal advantage. And a long one header. Oh, the third player, Ivan Sereno, was nearly onto it.
What a play right there. Phenomenal full-length pass to the header. That would have been a special goal.
Was almost there. Aldoni goes quick after the foul as we have a keeper change like we've seen all showcase long. Sergio Castillo now in net for Chicago House. Aldoni Mendez tries to find space on the inside. Double coming, and he loses it. Here comes the 2v1, the toe poke. Slightly off the mark. Off the save from Rodriguez. Corner kick upcoming for Chicago House. Corner goes to Shoreline City. They go forward. Slide from Rafael Hernandez. Times it well.
Fantastic slide tackle from Hernandez to prevent that attack.
Ball into Alex Mendez, finds Aldoni, laid back off to him, off the post, and he is very frustrated that he has not found the back of the net yet tonight.
That is 4 times Shoreline has hit the frame tonight.
Volley from Aldoni Mendez off the mark. Long distribution up to Sereno. His jersey was pulled. No call. Oh, the back door to Vinny De Silva, just not quite there in time, or else that would have been an easy one.
It just makes you wonder, like, how much of a jersey pull is acceptable? Like, is it the tearing of the shirt that makes it a foul?
I mean, I don't know if that's. I doubt that's in the rule book. If I had to say.
I've never found it.
Good defense there from Hernandez. Now the other way comes Sereno, and he loses it. 2v1 now. Castillo, nothing he can do about it. And Shoreline City capitalize. Jay-Z Rodriguez with goal number 2 for them.
Fantastic play right there. And Jay-Z did not make the extra unnecessary pass. He went ahead and finished it that time for Maldoni. Great layoff from Maldoni to set up the easy finish.
Shoreline are the first to get on the board in the second half. Just 90 seconds in. Deficit now cut to 3. Feels a little bit more reachable, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they, like we said, 4 times already they've hit the frame. So, very easily this game could be 6-5.
Looking for Alex Mendez at the pivot spot, but instead it's Serrano the other way. Spinning around, he's got De Silva. Finds him. Left foot strike. Rodriguez is there, and he collects. Good defense there on the turn from Alex Mendez. And the attempt at the Meg is not there, and what a kick save from Castillo. Denies Alex Mendez once again as he trots over to the bench and receives a sub. Here comes the corner for Brandon Gomez and Shoreline. Rodriguez up the floor near the halfway line, and he thought about it. He's going to retreat back to net. Nice touch. Vinny De Silva to bring that down. Shoreline City with the high press. Rafa Hernandez, comfortable. Keeps on showing the ball to Calabrese. Now De Silva working with Hernandez. Kind of got bumped on his run. Now Serrano in the corner. Back to Hernandez. How about this possession for Chicago House? Oh, they give it away there, though. Aldoni and Calabrese, the 2v2. Nice save from Castillo, but can he get back in time? It's off the post again.
5 times today.
Wow.
Hitting the frame.
Frustration for the Shoreline players.
Seems like we need a new stat.
For post hits.
Yeah, post hits.
In a game like this, the amount of times it's been hit, it does seem like that would be interesting. Oh, no. Aldoni Mendez.
Has to be a foul.
Yep, he's going to get the foul. He will help up Rafael Hernandez. He was frustrated with that call, had some words with the official. Rafael Hernandez trying to find a way to go with it. And eventually it's off the post again. And that time, Aldoni Mendez did not get the post. Goal number 3 for Shoreline. They cut a deficit just to 2 now.
Yeah, incredible effort from Shoreline just to stay with it and to remain composed. Hitting the post so many times has to be frustrating. That's 6 times now. Like, incredibly frustrating, but they stay with the play, and then they end up getting the easy finish. Nice pass from Franco Calabrese to allow Aldoni to just lay it in.
So 3-5 now. Now one hitting the outside of the net, Carlo Santillanes. And now some urgency. For Shoreline City. That one's out of bounds, and we're going to see a timeout called here. Less than 5 minutes into the second half by Chicago House.
Much needed by Gil De Silva to call a timeout right here, just to settle the guys down. We've already talked about Chicago House being a young team. To give up 2 quick goals like that when they have been in complete control of this game. They were leading 5-1. And now, early in the second half, it's 5-3.
This stream is sponsored by Ally Marketing. If you're looking for a marketing partner, Ally could be that friend for you. Check out allymarketing.us, A-L-L-Y marketing.us. Ally Marketing is the official marketing partner of the FCS. Ally Marketing, let's be friends. So it didn't take 5 minutes for Shoreline to get 2 back up on the board. Speaking with Coach Cody Harrell right there in their first full-length FCS action in this semifinal, trying to cut back into this lead. They've done well, and, you know, as much 3-goal deficit sounds more reachable than 4, 2 is like, man, we kind of feel like we're within striking distance.
Yeah, 2, and I'm even starting to lose track of how many times they've hit the frame. I don't know if it's 5 or 6. I mean, it could be a dozen at this point. They've put so many of their shots on target. Shoreline has been incredibly clinical with their finishes, just not being able to get them past Escareno effectively.
Shoreline on the attack, a slide coming from number 18, Johnny Chicas. I think it's the first time we've said his name in the course of play. Ball coming into the pivot. Alex Mendez tries the back heel, but it's right into Amnesty. But the follow-up, number 9, Carlo Santillanes, brings Shoreline within 1. Wow, just got him near post. Castillo kind of, his vision was a little bit blocked. I think maybe just.
Yeah, there was a lot happening right there after the back heel. And Carlo, Carlo's only 14 years old, and he's quickly making a name for himself here in the FCS.
Alex Mendez trying to turn. Oh, it got through the legs of Castillo, but just misses the goal.
Wow. To get the Meg, but to not get the goal is a feat in and of itself.
And we're going to fix the goal post here. So all of a sudden we got a 1-goal game in what looked like a comfortable Chicago House-controlled game. Vinny De Silva, can he get there? He does! He beats Fabian Rodriguez the whole length of the court.
Oh, what a shot. Long distance, dialing it in. No charge, toll-free. Vinny De Silva from deep.
Wow.
Vinny De Silva, what great recognition to see Rodriguez off the line.
Oh, what a save from Amnesty. It got by Castillo.
That's the second time Amnesty has done that exact move, covering Escareno. Escareno got beat on that. That should have been a goal. But
wow.
Amnesty, fantastic effort to cover the back line.
You know, and so far, Sergio Castillo has had some struggles in this half. Now, of course, I don't think all the goals are his fault, but it seems like the level of play we saw in the first half was exceeding Josue Escareno, just kind of, exceeding expectations and being in tricky situations and coming through. I don't know if at any point you decide to make a change.
Carlo again.
And speaking of, it's Carlo Santillanes.
Oh, my.
Right
Carlo,
back the other way.
Back and forth. And Carlo, again, another young player, just like Vinny De Silva. They are going at it.
Goals, goals, goals so far in this game. 11 of them in total.
Look, if you don't like goals, you might as well just turn the TV off now.
Double coming here. Chicago House maintained possession, but, man, they have given up so many goals, and their 4-goal advantage dwindled down to just 1 now. And we're going to get the whistle back for the foul against number 77, Brandon Gomez.
Yeah, and it was a late call.
He played advantage
but
first.
He did. Okay, I didn't see that, so that makes sense. But it does look like Aiden Hanchett is getting ready to go in. He's standing up on the edge of his feet, ready to go in. And so one of the things we talk about Fabian Rodriguez, he's only got a 45% save percentage. So he's let in 6 goals, and he's only saved 5.
So I don't know if that's something that you consider if you are Coach Gill for Chicago House. Nice header there from Marroquin. But the way Escareno was playing in the first half, I mean, it's wow. Kicking for Chicago House in the side. Goes out of bounds for another one. Ivan Serrano steps in there. Can Marroquin finish? He does.
Oh, wait, but we have an injury.
Oh, he is in pain. And Shoreline City is claiming that it never went in, but we're getting the official now.
Oh, yeah, it definitely went in.
Definitely went in.
It definitely went in, and it looks like there was a push on the play. If we could see that highlight one more time, if that's possible.
Who was on the ground?
I couldn't tell. Is it Serrano? Yeah, it looks like there was an elbow to the chest.
Let's see. He's got it. He's coming in.
Yeah, that's Serrano. Yeah, he just straight up pushed in the chest. It almost looks like he was trying to push him to draw the foul so that they wouldn't get that shot off. But I don't see a foul called at all.
We do get the goal, so a brief stoppage in play here. That puts Chicago House up by 2 now with 13:22 to go.
And, you know, one of the things you had mentioned, you talked about switching the keeper, and maybe I was a little confused. Were you talking about Fabian Rodriguez switching out?
No, I was talking about Escareno coming back in.
Yeah.
Because of how he played in the first half.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering if we'd see Hanchett. But that is interesting. Like, how long do you stick with him? Because Escareno played outstanding in the first half.
And I don't necessarily feel like Castillo has played really bad, but I feel like he's not playing his best, I don't think.
Didn't Escareno start the second half?
No, it's Castillo the whole time in the second half, yep. But yeah, so there's just saves that Escareno has made that Castillo has not. And, you know, I think we've seen Castillo be the better keeper on some days, and it just seems like for this game right now, Escareno is. So play restarts after that goal and injury. And a toe poke just missing wide for Carlo Santillanes.
Because that's the thing. Our stat keeper doesn't have any saves for Sergio Castillo. So I don't know that he started the second half.
Maybe I saw that wrong, but I definitely thought he's been in the whole time. His distribution all the way. Misses his teammates. It's to Fabian Rodriguez. Ball into Alex Mendez trying to hold it up. He does. Space. And Castillo with his legs, now with his hands. Great effort from him. I think it was Santillanes that was threatening there. Oh, nice touch there. Ball into the stands. And it misses. Brandon Gomez to put it back in. Finding Alex Mendez at the pivot spot, tried the cheeky back heel. We've seen him in that position, and he is traditionally a pivot. He played in the pivot spot when I was his teammate several years ago. But, you know, today we've seen him really be able to hold up the ball. He just is kind of it's really hard to move him there when he's on the arc. And so that's been a big asset for the Shoreline team. And now looks like they're trying to face guard him. Luigi Marquez want to take away that threat. Vinny De Silva trying to find space, save from Rodriguez. Rafael Hernandez has a go, and it's outside the frame. 12:16 to go, 2-goal advantage. Luigi Marquez just clears it hits the ceiling. It'll be out for a kick in right next to us. So the scoring has slowed down for the time being. We had, I don't even know how many it was. I think it was like 4 goals in
rapid
maybe
succession.
like 2 minutes of game time, 2 or 3. Slow down for the time being. They want to go into Alex Mendez. They do. His turn off the post again. He can't believe it. Here comes Rafael Hernandez. Can he get around Rodriguez? He does.
And there's a foul.
Looked like he might have
got. The slide tackle took him out. And
let's take a look at it again.
No foul, and they lose the ball.
Oh yeah, it was tough to see on the replay. He did get tripped up by the toe, but it was not clear contact. The first time I saw it, it was really tough to see, but he did get tripped up there.
And, we say the tape doesn't lie. The tape confirms. You were right. Sergio Castillo has been in goal the entire second half.
All right, cool. I thought I remember saying
it is a little
at the
confusing because they're both wearing black, and Sergio Castillo has no numbers on the back of his jersey.
Yeah.
So that was a little unusual.
Deep in their own territory, Shoreline City trying to get it out. They do, and it stays on the line for a while. It's going to be a kick in all the way back near us. Rafael Hernandez to put this one back in. Goes back to Castillo. Hernandez left foot. Deflection. Corner kick coming up for Chicago House.
Yeah, and on that play, this is one of the things when you're not calling the fouls that starts to happen as players get more and more physical. On that play, Angel Bracco was actually pulling the number 8, Vincenzo Padilla, just pulling his arm out of the play to open up the lane for Rafael Hernandez to take a shot.
Chip off the corner into the hands of Rodriguez. He goes quick. Here's Carlo Santillanes. Can he keep it in? He does. And they maintain possession, Calabrese. But he can't keep it in.
Yeah, great work right there from from Carlo Santillanes, just to be able to keep that ball in. Excellent ability and composure.
We're just hearing some words exchanged between, I think it was between players. You see a little shove in the back there.
Yeah.
No call.
Again, it's kind of the thing, like you start to see that physicality not called, and everybody continues to raise the bar until somebody makes a call. And
Castillo
at what point
comes out. Yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying. Marroquin with the strike. And saved by Rodriguez. That was placed well. But yeah, to your point, it's like
it just escalates. It just continues to escalate, and the players are going to continue to do whatever they can to get away with, to create an advantage for themselves. And if it's not called, there's almost like as a coach you encourage it. Like, if they're not going to call it, just keep doing it.
Ball into Marroquin. 3 Shoreline defenders. He keeps it. Now Vinny De Silva. His try is blocked. 2v1. Hernandez. Castillo. It's not enough. 77. Brandon Gomez finds the back of the net. On the turnover there.
Yeah, excellent
great
defensive work right there from Brandon Gomez.
He gets the
to
goal
win the
as
ball.
well.
Yeah, Carlo, great assist, great finish from Brandon Gomez.
And that's what I'm talking about right there. I feel like we've seen Castillo make those saves, and Escareno was making them in the first half. And I know it's a 1v keeper, that's tough, but I don't know. I just that was something that we really saw from Escareno quite a bit. And I think right now Castillo's just not having the game that we've seen him be able to play. So a 1-goal game now with 9:02 on the clock.
Shin guards everywhere on the court. Anybody see Jack Fisher?
No.
That might have been his. I didn't know.
Ball up to the pivot spot. They lay it off. Chicago House trying to defend. Santillanes. He finds the way. Tie. Ball game.
Wow.
Carlo Santillanes.
Carlo.
Forces the turnover. Finds space. Cuts it back, and it's just out the outstretched leg of Sergio Castillo.
And that's a hat trick for Carlo.
Hat trick for Carlo Santillanes.
Wow.
You would not know by watching him play out here that he is as young as he is. What do we hear? 14?
14
Unbelievable. Oh! Deflection! Short line on top!
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this is shocking.
Deflection.
This is just
Brandon
shocking.
Edwards.
5-1. House was winning this game. 5-1. Just 10 minutes ago, and now they're down 8-7. What just incredible resilience from Shoreline City. And how no foul? Rafael Hernandez pulled down from behind by his jersey.
Game getting more physical. Oh, wow. Just got kicked in the back of the heel.
Just another kick. No foul, and it kicked in the knee.
This is unbelievable. Castillo can't do anything about it. This game is getting out of control. Cannot believe that we did not have whistles on that play.
There's a measure of this that it just, you can't lose your composure and you can't lose control of the game. But then there's also a measure of if the fouls aren't getting called when you're getting just kicked in the shin, when you're getting pulled in the back, what are you supposed to do?
And both teams are feisty now.
It is,
and the men in blue are going to have to do
control.
something to keep these players safe. And Rafael Hernandez is not having, he's just blasting the ball.
Yeah, and the only safe thing to do is to take your anger out on the ball, because you don't want to do it on another player and endanger somebody, and you can't do it on the officials. So just hit the ball as hard as you can, get some anger out.
Aldoni Mendez with a strike. Castillo fingertips it away. 7:27, Shoreline with a 2-goal advantage. And the corner.
You know, if you thought some of the calls in the Chicago House Ole Futsal Club match were questionable, you might not want to go back and watch the tape on this one.
This one goes all the way out for a kick. Clear frustration coming from Rafael Hernandez. He goes back to Castillo. Castillo under heavy pressure. Hernandez gets by one, and he is hit
Trip
down.
from behind.
Is that foul count correct right now? 2-2? I mean, I think it is, because we haven't had a foul in a while.
It's been way more physical than a 2-2 foul count.
Absolutely.
would suggest.
7:09 to go. Chicago House in a 2-goal hole. Vinny Da Silva down the line.
Yeah.
He hits the floor.
I mean, there comes a point as a coach to protect your players. You have to take the yellow, and you talked about that earlier. And so, at what point does Gil Da Silva say a lot more and express that frustration? And we do have a goalie change for Chicago House.
Escareno back in.
Is back in.
Aldoni Mendez.
And they're going to call a foul on that.
Yep, that
they
was
played advantage.
Yep, they played advantage.
I mean, that was the least shirt pull we've seen all game.
And now Hernandez gets taken out. Surely a caution. Surely unbelievable. Wow, so one foul either way after that. Well, the whistle is blowing.
Well, you know, it's too little too late because they've already lost control of the match. Yeah, and you can tell it just in everybody's body language both ways. And this is what you never want to see in a game. You never want the officials to lose control because that's when things get dangerous and player safety's on the line. Because what the players won't do is they won't stop competing. And so no matter what, even when it's dangerous, they're going to keep competing. And that's when, you know, potential for brawls break out, potential for fights. And so it's really about maintaining control. And at this point, the officials have lost control.
Here's Vinny De Silva on it near the half line. 6.5 to go. Ball into the pivot spot. Here's Sereno. A save from Rodriguez while he was on the ground. No touch. I thought he got a piece of it, but it was just hit wide by Sereno.
Well, Sereno agreed with you, and you know, at this point, I question the call.
Aldoni Mendez keeps it, and now Ivan Sereno. Opportunity, he makes the most of it. Chicago House are within striking distance.
Well, look, regardless of what is happening on the court, regardless of if the calls are going for you or against you, it doesn't matter. You have to keep playing. There's over 5.5 minutes left in this match. It's only a 1-goal game. There's plenty of time for Chicago House to regain momentum. Fantastic effort from Sereno. He's not giving up. And as Chicago House, you just have to have that no quit attitude. That's the only way they can come back.
So many goals in this game. Already at a combined 17. Silva puts it in play, looking all the way up the floor to number 9. Luigi Marquez goes by him, and from the hands of Rodriguez. De Silva collects the shot saved, but the follow-up, Chicago House get another one. 9-9.
Sure do. And look, that's what Vinny De Silva's doing. He's using his brain. He's playing smart. He's playing within the game. Shoreline is frustrated right now because they think there's a foul. Look, it might have been, but it's not getting called all game, so it doesn't matter. It's not a foul. It wasn't called. What'd you say about a foul?
I didn't say anything about a foul.
If it's not called? What'd your coach say? What'd your coach say?
Yeah, it's if it's not called, it's not a foul.
Yeah, if it's not called, it's not a foul. So Vinny De Silva's learning that.
I'm definitely questioning that now.
Definitely questioning.
Chicago House on a transition. A little excited was Luigi Marquez. Stepping up for that was Rafael Hernandez. Can he keep it in? No. Decides that he doesn't want to hit that back into his own zone. Ball into Alex Mendez at the pivot, looking for a turn. Shot off the mark, blocked by Escareno. Into the mix.
Great work by Sereno.
In the right position, not falling asleep there. Wow, 9-9. 5 minutes to go. What a way to end day 2. Ivan Sereno on the far side. Beats the defender inside. Space, the strike. Rodriguez with the kick save. Desperately trying to keep it in was Luigi Marquez. Holding up as Alex Mendez gets the turn complete. And he wants a foul. He's letting the refs know.
Look, once again, look who was that was holding? Who was that Alex Mendez complaining about? Vinny De Silva. Vinny De Silva's learned. He's learned what he can get away with at this point. And that's one of the things that you have to do as a player. You have to understand the officials, what they're calling, what they're not calling, regardless if you agree with it or not, regardless if it's a mistake or not. You got to try and figure it out and get away with what you can.
Rafael Hernandez.
Yeah, and then Rafael Hernandez gets, laid out on the sideline.
Did you see it? I didn't see it. See, it's right here again.
Yeah, just tripped as he's going by.
Well, it looked like he kind of extended his arm, and Vinny Coach Gil De Silva cannot believe it. He's right in front of their bench.
Yeah, and Johnny Chicas is standing up complaining as well.
Chance here off the post.
Number 7 off the frame.
Shoreline City find the post again. Vinny De Silva the other way. Has a chance. Nearly finds the top corner of the back post. Wow. Still deadlocked at 9-9. 4:01 on the clock. Looks like we have a wet spot on the court. And during this time,
and
Rafael Hernandez having a conversation with the official about the push that he received. And we'll restart play now through the hands of Rodriguez. Calabrese with it. Now JZ Rodriguez. First time in a while that we have not seen either Mendez brothers in the court for Shoreline.
Yeah, I imagine they're taking a quick breather for the last few.
Oh, nice opportunity. Good try. Oh, into the middle.
Yeah,
Hernandez was there.
On the line, preventing the goal. Great teamwork there.
Vincenzo Padilla was in the mix there. He puts it in there near the top of the arc for number 5, Jaden Bilek. First time we've seen him in this game. Here he is defending Rafael Hernandez. Arms there from Bilek, no call.
Yeah, it just seems like it's okay to push if nobody gets hurt and falls.
Sereno down the line, double. Really no angle there with the two defenders tracking him. 3:18 now.
Yeah, you can see the frustration coming out in Rafael Hernandez right there. You know, he just, you don't like to see the frustration fouls like that. You don't want to see him taken out on other players, but at some point, you know, it just boils over. What are you supposed to do as a player?
Hernandez brings it down. He gets pushed out, no call. Wow. .306 to go, 9-9. Semifinal 2 of the National Showcase. A trip to the final tomorrow at 6:30. A date with Olay Futsal Club is on the line in these last 3 minutes. Double for Sereno. Gets to the sideline, the end line, tried to chip it.
Not the first time we've seen him tightrope the end line like that. Just the technical skill. It almost wouldn't be surprising at this point to see him finish on a play like that.
2:33 to go now. Ivan Sereno. No pressure coming to him. Both teams content in this position. Hernandez wants to get it. It comes over to him. Going inside, a strike, follows up. Finds Marokin. His strike is blocked by Rodriguez. Sereno steps up, a hard foul. No call there. Alex Mendez back in the game, going up to that pivot spot. Here is Santillanes, finds Alex Mendez. Mendez on the turn. Back to Carlos Santillanes.
Wow, and he was free in the middle of the area.
He's disappointed.
Unacceptable.
Wow.
There's no way that Chicago House can let that happen. Escarino is furious that was allowed that he was allowed to run free. And no foul called on Aldoni. Push in the back, no foul called.
I mean, we're seeing deliberate, aggressive play from both sides that exceeds what I would consider the normal flavor of the game. And not sure what we're waiting for there. I think maybe just the space. for Sereno. His ball into Luigi Marquez off the boot of Aldoni Mendez. And we have 93 seconds left in a 9-9 deadlock. If this one stays tied, I think it's extra time.
Has to be.
I think it is.
Has to be extra time.
Hernandez down the sideline. And a slide tackle. A dangerous spot.
I mean, and he was pulled from behind. He had his jersey pulled in behind.
That is 5 for Shoreline. Oh, 5 on Chicago House,
5 on
excuse
House.
me.
I mean, there were like 3 fouls in that play, but I mean, none of those were called earlier, so I almost didn't expect any of them to get called anyway. Another foul there, not called.
Service into Alex Mendez, back to Aldoni. Something developing, but did not complete.
Oh, but House is not giving up. Again, Vinny De Silva with the shot. Top shelf. Wow. It's like Vinny De Silva doesn't care what's going on. He's playing in another arena all by himself here. He's just putting the ball into the back of the net. He doesn't care. Calls, no calls.
What a
it doesn't
strike.
matter to him.
Vinny De Silva put Chicago House up by 1. 108.
You know, we talked about Vinny De Silva not having much of an impact in some of the other matches, but he's clearly showing up in this match. 2 goals already, an assist earlier.
Can Chicago House get another one? No. Great defensive effort from Carlos Santillanes.
What I love seeing, too, with this is his composure, Vinny De Silva. He's just unfazed by everything that's going on in the arena. You see basically everybody on both benches very frustrated. And
Wow, Escareno came way up there. Risky play.
Yeah, very risky.
And now Shoreline, a 2v3.
Pushing the back.
Yeah, pushing the back. Nothing there. Santillanes trying to make room. And Shoreline City wants a handball, not going to get it. Quickly the other way, 2v keeper. It's behind the attacker.
As much as I didn't want to see a PK given in the area, that definitely looked like a handball.
Here's Aldoni Mendez in the final 43 seconds. Leaves it for Alex Mendez, collected by Escareno. Clock continues to run, 38 now. Ivan Sereno. Vinny De Silva. Goes out of bounds, 30. Clock, 29 seconds to go. Long ball into Alex Mendez at the pivot spot. Fabian Rodriguez is up. He loses it.
Aldoni with the save.
18 seconds. Alex Mendez.
Oh, Alex Mendez almost around the keeper. I think Escareno forgot it was not a running clock.
9 seconds to go. This one hit it well out of bounds. 6 seconds. Hernandez is just telling him to just throw it long. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Time has expired. Chicago House come out on top in a wild one in many respects. 19 goals, all kinds of aggressive physicality that did not for Calabrese. And Chicago House goes up.
And they had to sit through this. Wow. I apologize right now for the amount of goals that were scored because this was just truly incredible. We had a little bit of everything, whether you like fantastic assists, scissor kicks, incredible shots, technical skills. There was a little bit of everything, toe pokes.
Yeah, and you remember that one time when Chicago House was up, what was it, 5-1? 4-1?
5-1.
Yeah, that seems like forever ago.
Does.
Oh, my gosh.
They were up 5-1 in complete control of the game, and it felt like they were just going to coast for the last 14 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Shoreline City,
timeout.
Yeah, Shoreline City came back with a vengeance. And look, 10-9, But Shoreline hit the frame 7 times.
Yeah.
7 times they hit the frame. And Escarino, he had a 94% save percentage. And so Sergio Castillo, look, Sergio has done really great. Tonight he did not play that well. He had a 43% save percentage.
Yeah, and there's 3 players for Shoreline in double digits for shots.
Alex Mendez, 21.
Totaling up to
shots.
64 there. 46 for Chicago House. All the saves for Chicago House. Iscareno really did well in that first half, especially to keep that scoreline where it was, and they ended up really needing that cushion. And, go ahead.
You asked about this. You asked, when do you pull Castillo? And you asked a lot earlier than they ever decided, but once they went down by a goal, Gil Da Silva decided to pull him. And it turns out to be a great decision because that enabled them to get control back of the game. And that, as well as the play of Vinny Da Silva, allowed them to pull through and get the win.
So Chicago House celebrates as they will come back here at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow to face Ole in the final. And for Shoreline, it was a good outing for them overall, as it seems. But their time in the tournament has come to a close. And our day 2 has come to a close. There was a lot of exciting moments, a lot of goals in that game. But unfortunately, one of the most glaring things was the lack of whistles blown in the second half. I mean, the game, I'm very thankful that there's no players hurt and there's no fights breaking out at the end of the game, because the way the officiating happened, particularly for there was this period of time where it was like anything goes is what it felt like.
There was a moment where I was like, is someone going to come out and stop the game to reset? That's kind of how it felt. It just felt like it was really unsafe. You could tell at any moment that the tempers were going to explode both ways for either side.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just one team getting calls or not getting calls. It was just a lack of calls both ways. And you hate to really make it about that for the game because there's really both sides.
And we don't really want to focus on that. We just have to say it because it was glaring in the second half.
I almost put the headset down and went out and said, hey, we need to hold on. We need a timeout for the officials. We need to reset. Because sometimes you need that. As a player, you need a timeout to mentally reset and regroup. And sadly, the officials don't have a coach out there with them to call timeout and be like, hey, look, we need to reset and we need to focus and we need to get back in. Because the same way that players make mistakes, so the same way that Castillo got pulled because he was making mistakes, you don't have that liberty with officials. You can't pull them in the middle of the game. You can't give them a breather. You can't give them a bathroom break or a water break. They got to play through it. And sadly, as frustrating as it is, sometimes you just got to sit through them losing control and just hope for the best.
And
it's
there was really,
buckle up.
Yeah, and there was really so much in that game that really should have the spotlight. I mean, amount of goals. We haven't seen this many goals since Lansing City and Midwest played here. The 10-12 game. This one ended 10-9. There was great play on both sides. The post was hit so many times. Escareno played excellent. So many things that we can mention. And, even just amount of goals in a short period of time. Last thing just to mention about the officiating stuff, there was, it got to the point where players were – just deliberately shoving each other because they knew it was okay. And obviously that's not okay, but that's the last thing we'll say about that. Now we look to tomorrow. Shoreline City is out, and Chicago House gets the rematch
that they
with
wanted.
Ole Futsal Club in the final. That is what they wanted.
And look, if they play the way they did tonight, oh my – we are in store.
The way they played against Ole earlier.
Yeah, the way they did earlier. Outside of that 90-second interval.
That 90 seconds,
if you just
they win that game.
90 seconds out, they win.
They win.
And so that's huge. And I think that we saw that swing again in this match. Some of it attributed to the officiating, but some of it just the youth and the lack of ability to maintain that control over the full 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And so they were up 5-1 in complete control of the game. And the same thing that happened over 90 seconds against Ole really happened over about the last 12 minutes of game time here.
And that's something that you never want to see, a 4-goal deficit erased or a 4-goal advantage erased. But they do what they need to do. They come out on top, and it's a 1-goal win for them. They face Ole tomorrow. That game is at 6:30 p.m., right back here at the Lansing City Arena. We're going to be broadcasting here, going live right around 6 or 6:15. So make sure you join us for that. And that concludes day 2 of FCS National Showcase. we had some amazing games and moments today. Gerard, I asked this to you earlier, but can you pick out one moment for the fans that was a highlight for you? It doesn't have to be the highlight.
Well, I picked out one earlier. I didn't give you a chance to pick out yours.
Mine.
So I said the 90 seconds from
That's right.
when Ole came back, when they roared back.
Yeah.
But I'll give you one more while you're thinking about yours.
Go for
one
it.
more, because it happened in this game, the scissor kick.
Oh, that
Ivan
was amazing.
Serrano lob pass over Fabian Rodriguez, and Rafael Hernandez falling down, scissor kick.
That was amazing.
Just incredible. If you didn't see it, rewind the tape, go back and watch it 15 or 20 times.
So for me, one of my favorite moments was seeing Chicago House cheering on Capital Futsal because they knew they needed. And so
Yes.
a game that was like, it was a 2-goal game, and it was just, there was so much riding on this game, and an entire team was trying to cheer this, and just the performance that Capital brought to that game, to play neck and neck. As it reflected on the score all game. I mean, it was an exciting game that I didn't expect to be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great call out too, because it made that goal too literally set up our final.
Yeah.
If Capital Futsal doesn't make that goal,
Chicago House is out, and we
they're
see
out.
Midwest against
Chicago
this
House
team.
is out.
Yeah.
So Capital Futsal, do they get like an asterisk for the victory, and like they get the assist? They get the assist.
Assist of putting Chicago House into the semis. They certainly do. And that's going to be a wrap for day 2 of the National Showcase. All comes down to Ole Futsal Club trying to keep their undefeated streak in the FCS alive against Chicago House, who are ready for the rematch after the way they lost it today to them. I'm Jared Klepp along with Gerard Ascani. We'll see you guys tomorrow right here, 6 p.m. For the pregame, for the final. And from all of us at FCS Live and all the crew, present and remote, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Committing a crime so you can try to escape from prison. Bad idea. Going to the pod escape room to play an escape game with your friends. Great idea. Test your skill as an astronaut in outer space. Find Santa in Save Christmas. Or take a vacation to an abandoned island. Just don't get stuck there. The Pod Escape Room. Learn more at thepodlansing.com.